Welcome to the match on Orange. We've got Aster taking on Omnic in a clash where the favorite looks dominant. Aster holds a 74% head-to-head victory rate over Omnic in their history. You can really see that familiarity playing out in the early exchanges. It's going to be a long climb for Omnic to reverse that trend today. Unreal. Both players were down to nothing, but he barely claws his way out of that chaos. He's refusing to stay down tonight. The momentum has completely shifted, and Omnic is just tearing through this stretch. Hard to believe he's actually controlling the pace here. Aster answers back immediately to keep things tight. Omnic is fighting a tough uphill battle against the rank 14 guy. Omnic is just on fire, leading 4-2. It is a massive shift from that 13-5 defeat they shared earlier today. Omnic is truly defying his recent struggles, coming off a rough 8-27 run over the last day. I mean, the sheer difference in their overall win rates makes this current lead almost unbelievable. It'll be interesting to see if he can keep this energy up for the rest of the match. He's refusing to buckle, putting together a pair of rounds to close the gap. He's showing why he entered this match as the projected winner. Omnic really has the edge now, sitting comfortably at 6-4. A massive turnaround for the lower rated player tonight. Aster is showing real grit here, claiming another round for himself as we approach the mid-match transition. We're all square at 6-6 heading into the switch. I mean, things are looking tight, but Aster is still playing the role of the favorite by staying composed. Let's see if he can finally pull away. Time for a clean slate. He is simply not going away, taking the lead once again with a crisp finish. The pressure is mounting as the lead swings back. That was a completely untouched exchange, giving him far too much space to work with. Omnic needs to find an answer quickly. He's completely taking control of the server, putting up another effortless round to extend his lead. What a total shutdown. He's showing real persistence by cutting into that gap. He remains unscathed in that slower encounter, steadily climbing back toward a tie. It's been a wild ride seeing the lower rank push this far. He refuses to fade away, securing this round to close the gap to 10-8. The gap is closing, and the underdog is staying dangerous. He secures another clean round and is quickly regaining his footing in this series. A perfect sequence here for Omnic, staying completely healthy while keeping the pressure on. Absolutely nothing like his last few outings today. He's simply refusing to let Aster pull away, making this a one-round game. The lower rated player is putting up a serious fight. Absolutely incredible. Omnic has completely erased the deficit to bring us dead, even at 11-11. Everything is on the line now with just 2 rounds left. A huge response from Aster to reclaim the lead and put himself just one step away from victory. Just a glimpse of that early game composure returning. What a finish! He's fought his way back to a deadlock, forcing this series into overtime. Complete madness seeing this result. Aster is simply refusing to break, fighting through a tough slog to move ahead in this overtime battle. Omnic is really digging in for a legendary effort. He's simply too fast right now, putting the pressure back on with another effortless shot. He's completely shut down the momentum swing. He's completely in the zone now, putting the match on his fingertips. He's completely locked back in now. Omnic just barely avoided disaster there, cleaning up a huge round to stay in the fight. Pure nerves of steel to keep this series alive. Unbelievable. He barely scrapes through that exchange, surviving with the thinnest of margins. The fight is absolutely wide open now. A brutal fight, but he comes out on top to put himself one round away from victory. Absolutely ice in his veins to force this deadlock. Aster edges ahead, holding a slim 16-15 lead. Aster secures a huge advantage, now sitting at 17-15. The distance between their skill levels is clearly showing. Aster is pulling away now with an 18-15 lead. The pressure is starting to get to him. Aster's comfortably ahead now, commanding an 18-16 lead. Good to see him actually shaking things up in the closing stretch. Omnic claws back, leaving Aster just 1 point ahead. His precision is just terrifying right now. He's clawing back with everything he has. Aster extends the lead to 19-17 after that exchange. He really had to sweat it out to get this one over the line. Omnic was absolutely relentless in overtime. What a fight. Welcome everyone to Mappas. We have Zeth taking on Omnic in a clash where Zeth currently holds the advantage. Zeth holds a historical advantage over his opponent with a win rate of 52% across their past encounters. He's clearly the stronger player on paper, yet Omnic is desperately fighting to end a long losing streak today. It'll be interesting to see who can establish control first. Zeth is really putting the pressure on at 2-1. His current form is a stark contrast to Omnic's tough run today. The momentum has completely shifted back to a deadlock here. We're right back where we started. Zeth climbs back ahead, holding a thin 3-2 lead. Looking for a way to break a brutal 12-game losing skid. Zeth is starting to pull away now at 4-2. Looking for some stability after a rough day in the server. We're seeing a real back and forth here as neither player is letting the other hold an edge for long. Exactly the outcome we were hoping to see from the underdog. Omnic is really starting to fire now, easily shutting him down as Zeth tried to play from the ramp. Zeth regains a 1-round cushion as we hit 5-4. He really seems to have his number today. Zef is consistently outperforming his usual numbers with a 70% win rate over his last 10 matches. Honestly, it feels like he's on a totally different level right now. The question is whether Omnic can find any way to slow this down. Zeth takes the lead 7-5. I mean, he's definitely playing the role of the favorite here. He's keeping his cool and using that map advantage to stay ahead by 2 rounds heading into the switch. Let's see who hits their shots now. Omnic claws back, leaving Zeth just 1 round ahead. He's certainly putting up a fight compared to his 8-26 record today. Omnic is simply refusing to let this match slip away, taking that fight from the container to tie it up. Zeth is really having to fight for every single round here. Zeth edges ahead again, securing an 8-7 advantage. He has the experience on this side of the map. Omnic is staying incredibly aggressive, catching Zeth out while he was still trying to set up on the ramp. Zeth keeps his nose ahead at 9-8. He's certainly capitalizing on that higher rating tonight. Unreal, Zeth barely claws through that exchange, surviving with a sliver of health to keep the momentum. That's a huge swing in composure to recover and take another. What a frantic trade. He barely hangs on to win the round, extending his streak to 3. Omnic is having a nightmare of a day across the server. A lightning fast reaction there, and Omnic is refusing to back down. Just enough breathe room for the underdog to stay in this. He's simply not going away, walking away from that encounter without taking a single point of damage. A really tight series, considering Zeth entered as the favorite player. The comeback is complete. He has wiped out the deficit to bring us level at 11 all. A total flip from how this duel looked earlier. A lightning fast reflex play puts him just 1 step away from the finish line. Absolute chaos in that final exchange, but Zeth refuses to fall and secures the victory. He's really a master of the clutch, pulling through those low health scrambles just when it mattered most. Truly a valiant effort from Omnic. He had to work for that. Welcome to the arena. We've got Aster and Zed facing off today, with the favorite looking very strong heading into this match. Aster has a massive historical lead with 330 round wins over Zeth in their head-to-head history. It's clear Zeth has a mountain to climb if he wants to reverse that trend. We have to see if he can keep this early lead. Zeth just shuts him down on the ramp to take a 2-round lead. It's a completely different story than that 13-9 victory we saw 16 hours ago. Zeth is just refusing to let Aster back into this, continuing his run from the ramp. The gap in the ladder usually tells a different story. Unreal. He barely clings to life after that exchange, but the 3-round streak stays intact. Absolute nightmare start for the favorite. He's showing some real grit, reacting instantly to wipe the slate clean. Zeth definitely looks like he's ready to shake off that underdog tag. Aster is completely refusing to fade away, putting together a strong rally to close the gap. He's starting to look like the heavy favorite we expected. What a scrap! Zeth barely survives that exchange on the ramp to pull ahead 5-3. A completely untouched sequence from Aster to keep this comeback alive. Zeth had the upper hand early, but the momentum is shifting. What a hard stopping fight. He survives by a threat to bring the scores completely level. Both of them are walking a razor's edge today. He's on fire right now, picking up another flawless round to secure a 1-round lead. Aster heads into the break with a 7-5 lead. Things are playing out exactly how we expected. The top seed is in control, although Zeth is fighting harder than most anticipated. Time to see if Zeth adapts. Aster holds a slim 1-round edge as we resume. Zeth seems to be in much better form than his ladder rank suggests. He's really digging in and refusing to let his lead slip away. He's definitely proving why he's sitting so much higher on the ladder. He's continuing this surge, effectively erasing that early deficit with another strong play. A quick exchange here, and he managed to secure another one to keep the pressure high. That's a much tighter gap than we had 10 minutes ago. Zeth is showing some serious toughness, shutting down Aster from the ramp to keep his momentum going. Aster manages to knock him off the ramp and keeps this comeback rolling. The pressure is definitely starting to mount for the challenger. He is simply refusing to let up now, moving his lead to 3. He's really starting to look like the boss of this series. Zeth puts a stop to that run, clawing his way back into the series. A clean look at that side and the gap is shrinking again. Purely efficient work by Aster to move within striking distance of the victory. Unbelievable finish! He closes it out with absolute precision to secure the victory. He really knew how to lock this down when it counted. Zeth played his heart out, but the skill gap finally showed. Welcome everyone. Aster and Omnic are stepping onto red line to see who can hit 13 rounds first. Aster looks strong here. Aster holds a massive historical advantage with 398 total round wins over Omnic. That long-term dominance usually translates to a huge psychological edge. Now it's just a matter of if Omnic can actually find a way to push back today. He's simply untouchable right now, sweeping his opening set. Omnic is really struggling to find any footing right now. Omnic answers back quickly, picking Aster right off the ramp to get on the board. We've seen this before, Omnic can definitely hold his own. He's putting up a fierce fight, refusing to let the gap widen further. This is a much tighter contest than we expected coming into today. Aster keeps the lead with a solid 4-2 advantage. His current run of form is looking frighteningly consistent. Aster is entering this half of the match with a 26-10 record over the last day. Well, it's clear the confidence is there and he's really translating that individual form into control of the server. It will be a climb for Omnic to change the tide from here. A sharp exchange here, and it's Omnic who comes out on top. The underdog is fighting back despite a rough run of games recently. Omnic edges out the duel from the ramp to keep his momentum building. The pressure is shifting back toward the favorite. Aster still controls the pace at 7-4. A rough run of results lately for the challenger. Aster holds an 8-4 lead heading into the switch. Honestly, this is exactly how we expected the game to go. He's outclassing the competition just like his rank suggests. Omnic needs a huge swing now. Aster pulls ahead again, widening that gap to 9-4. The experience is starting to show for the veteran. Omnic is really fighting for his life here, managing to hold his ground from the ramp. It's been a brutal day for him, sitting at 8-28. Aster is just cruising now, pushing his lead to 10-5. The gap between their current rankings is really starting to tell. Omnic claws one back to make it 10-6. He's fighting an uphill battle against the 15th ranked guy on the ladder. Omnic is really starting to put the pressure on, taking 2 straight and closing the gap. He's fighting against the tide of a really rough week. Aster is really shutting the door on this comeback attempt. The rating gap is definitely showing right now. Aster makes quick work of him on the ramp, moving to 12-7. The gap in skill level is becoming impossible to ignore. That was a slugfest, but he managed to scrape through the chaos to keep his hopes alive. That was a frantic scramble, but he keeps his hopes alive. What a finish! Aster seals the series with a perfect final shot. He's just too fast for the competition right now, putting on a show for the crowd. Welcome to the Berserk League. We have Zeth taking on Omnic today in a fresh match on Italy. Zeth holds a lifelong lead of 246 wins over Omnic. And honestly, that long-term head-to-head record suggests the current score is just a minor stumble. It will be interesting to see if he can quickly regain that psychological upper hand. Omnic has seized the lead, putting Zeth under pressure. He's really fighting through a tough stretch today. Zeth is really tightening his grip on the map, refusing to let Omnic take any control early on. Omnic is just one step ahead at 3-2. Looking for a spark after a tough 8 and 20 day. Omnic is pulling away now, holding a 4-2 cushion. We've got a real deadlock on our hands. Neither player can seem to string together a long run of wins today. Omnic is fighting through a rough patch, having gone 8-28 over the last day. It's a surprising turnaround to see him this composed, while Zed looks a bit shaky. Let's see if this confidence holds as we head into the next few rounds. What a scramble. He nearly went down, but he managed to scrape through the chaos to make it 6-4. Absolute nails to the wall finish there for him. Zeth narrows the gap to 5-6 with that play. He's definitely showing that rating advantage in this particular duel. Omnic takes a 7-5 lead into the break. Well, he's definitely defying that brutal 15-match losing streak right now. He's playing way too well for Zeth to be comfortable. Switching sides, let's see who adapts. Omnic is firmly in control with an 8-5 lead. The lower ranked player is really keeping his composure today. Omnic's really surging ahead now, sitting on a 9-5 lead. Unbelievable. He was almost out of the fight, but managed to edge out that wild exchange by a hair. Another flawless exchange for Zeth as he continues this push to claw back into the game. He's simply too fast right now, putting together a huge run to close that gap. He's starting to look like the favorite we expected. Omnic answers back instantly to stop that momentum and push the lead back to 2. A tough spot for him to be in after that tough series against Leicester. What a fight! Zeth nearly fell, but he manages to survive that brawl and bring the score to 9-10. The pressure's really mounting on him to close out the gap. The exchanges are becoming lightning fast. Zeth just didn't have the reaction time to match that last burst. A swift response from Omnic, who now needs just one more to seal the victory. Zeth is refusing to go down easily, delivering a crisp headshot to keep his hopes alive. Game over! Omnic shuts the door with a complete shutdown to take the victory. Zeth had a great run midway through, but he just couldn't put him away when it mattered most. What a fight! Welcome everyone to Fast Aim. We've got Aster and Zeph facing off today, with the favorite looking very strong. What a fight! Aster barely manages to survive that, picking Zeth off the ramp with just a sliver of health left. Aster has routinely controlled this matchup in the past, winning nearly 80% of their encounters. And honestly, his current 27-9 run today shows why he's the heavy favorite. It'll be interesting to see if Zeph can actually break that cycle tonight. Holy smokes, both players were absolutely shredded in that exchange, but he closed out the win with barely any health left. His high ranking is really showing in these exchanges. We are completely locked in at 2 apiece now. A surprising turnaround considering Zeth lost their last meeting quite convincingly. That was a fast reaction from Aster to secure the lead, and he really seemed to win that race up the ramp. Tied up at 3-0, this is anyone's game. A really tough challenge for the lower ranked player to overcome.
Zeth edges ahead, now leading 4-3.
It's a huge shift in momentum for the rank 31 seed. A quick response from Aster to shut down that little run and bring us back to a dead heat. Zeth is definitely fighting an uphill battle today. Aster claims a slim lead, taking a 5-4 advantage. He's showing why he's in the top 15 of our rating. Absolute deadlock at 5-0, Zeth just refuses to quit. Zeth is really starting to pick up some serious momentum here as we approach the half. We head into the break tied up at 6 apiece, and honestly it's a bit surprising to see a deadlock here. Aster usually owns this rivalry, so Zeth is really holding his own in this one. New sides, let's see what happens. Aster pulls forward again, holding a narrow 7-6 lead. He's been an absolute force lately, putting up some huge numbers across the board. Zeth really capitalized on that height advantage to tie this thing up again. Neither player seems to be letting the other breathe. Zeth takes a 1-round cushion at 8-7. A surprising swing of luck for someone with that lower career win rate. Aster manages to outplay him and shut down that run, bringing us right back to a tie. His 90% success rate in his most recent 10 games is definitely showing. Aster quickly puts him down on that ramp to start pulling away from this series. He's having a fantastic day across the board. Aster is completely in control now, taking a commanding lead with that effortless series of kills. Zeth is really feeling the weight of that head-to-head deficit. Zeth finds the target and knocks him off the toolbox to close the gap. That was a high-impact play to disrupt the momentum. Unbelievable, Zeth forces a complete stalemate at 10 apiece. Zeth is really defying the historical trend in this series. He's completely outclassing his opponent right now, securing another clean victory to move into the lead. Aster finds a way to shut that down, erasing the lead and bringing us back to a draw. A tough spot to be in for the lower seed. He's practically instantaneous with that shot, putting himself just 1 round away from victory. That's it. Aster shuts the door with a perfect final kill to close out the series. Zeth really pushed him to the limit this time, but Aster managed to keep his cool and secure the victory. He had to work for that. Welcome to the Dunes. We have Aster taking on Omnic in this match, though the favorite looks strong today. Wow, what a battle. Aster barely scrapes through that one from the box. He's definitely the stronger seed in this pairing. Aster has completely controlled his head-to-head history, having won roughly 75% of their meetings. You know, it's not surprising since Omnic is sitting near the bottom of the ladder, while Aster is in the top 15. This early lead just puts more pressure on the underdog. Another flawless exchange, and he's simply outclassing his opponent right now. Omnic finds his footing and earns a quick response to keep this competitive. He's putting up a real fight, shutting down the momentum and closing the gap to 2. The pressure is mounting for the higher seed. Unbelievable. He manages to claw through that scramble to keep the heater going. He's completely flipped the script on this series. What a turnaround. He completely wipes the slate clean to even this series. The heavy favorite is now fighting for his life. Absolute chaos there. Aster manages to survive the carnage with practically nothing left in the tank. His recent form has been staggering, with 8 wins in a row lately. Aster has been absolutely tearing through the competition today with a 28-8 record. It's clear he's carrying that momentum into this lead. We'll see if Omnic can find a way to break this streak. He's just too fast right now, taking a huge grip on the lead as we head toward the break. He's really asserting that rank advantage today. Aster takes a 7-5 lead into the break. I mean, the favorite is comfortably in front, but Omnic is making him work for it. It will be interesting to see if that narrow gap holds. Omnic is showing great grit, putting a stop to that push by picking Aster off the box. The underdog is refusing to go quietly. Incredible! He pulls off another huge play to drag the score back to 7-7. What a scrap! He barely edges out that exchange to take a 1-round lead. He is playing with a massive amount of confidence right now. Absolute perfection from the underdog, who now holds a commanding 4-round streak. And there's the answer. He shuts down that momentum swing with a crisp exchange. A quick reminder of why he's ranked so much higher on the ladder. Deadlock, Aster and Omnic are neck and neck. We're essentially back to a clean slate for these final rounds. He secures another victory from the box, pushing his current run to 3 straight. The gap in their experience is starting to show. That is an incredibly fast sequence, and he's now claimed 4 straight. He is looking every bit the top 15 player right now. Omnic answers back immediately, proving he has the mental fortitude to keep this match alive. A huge moment of composure for the lower seed. He picks the opponent off the box to move a single round away from the win. What a finish! He closes it out with an easy shot to secure the victory. He really had to dig deep to close that one out, especially with a few of those nail biters. He had to work for that. Welcome everyone, we're at the arena for a great matchup between Zeth and Omnic. Let's see who takes the win. Omnic was just a bit quicker on the draw that time, catching Zeth right as he stepped up the ramp. A tough start for Zeth after dropping his last few matches. Zeth holds the historical edge here with 246 total wins over Omnic. I mean, he's definitely the favorite for a reason. The question is whether Zeth can actually push that lead further, given how difficult his day has been so far. Unbelievable. Zeth claws back into this with a minuscule sliver of health remaining. Omnic really needs to shake off this tough 729 day. Zeth has reclaimed the lead, putting him up 3-2. He's finding some stability after a rough string of games. Omnic fights back and we're all tied up at 3-3. Both players are fighting out of a really tough spot today. Zeth is starting to separate himself here, putting a bit of pressure on Omnic as we move deeper into the set. And we are deadlocked at 4 apiece. Everything is wide open heading into the final stretch. Omnic is really putting on the pressure now, catching Zeth just as he tried to peek from that ramp. He's definitely capitalizing on that early momentum from their last meeting. Omnic is completely taking over now with 3 straight wins. The momentum seems to be shifting back toward him after that match in Italy. Zeth answers back just in time to keep this tight as the half draws to a close. That's a huge stop before we head into the break. We've got a deadlock at 6-6 going into the switch. This half lived up to the expectations of a toss-up. Omnic is playing way above his typical 29% win rate on this map to keep the score level. What a scramble! He scrapes through that exchange to take a narrow lead. He's really fighting to overcome that head-to-head deficit. Zeth just clears him right off the boost to bring this series right back to a tie. A real battle of nerves between these two. Zeth regains control and now leads 8-7. He's looking much more confident than he did against Esther. Omnic keeps the pressure high, leaving them tied at 8. Both of these guys are really fighting just to find their footing today. Omnic is really starting to tighten his grip on this game, finding the target much faster than Zeth right now. He's just completely outclassing his opponent right now, extending that winning streak to 3. Omnic just shuts him down on the Tetris, continuing this incredible run. A complete role reversal for the bottom half of the ladder. Zeth puts on a clinic here, refusing to buckle as he cuts into the lead. Omnic is just a hair away from victory after that effortless exchange. The favorite is really struggling to close this out. Zeth shows incredible grit here, denying the easy closeout with a perfect shot. Absolutely flawless final play. Omnic cleans him off the box to secure the series. That was just a massive shift in momentum. He really stepped up when it mattered and overcame those odds to pull off the upset. What a fight! Welcome to Red Line. We've got Aster taking on Zeth in this match, with the heavy favorite looking for another win. Aster is historically dominant here with a 78% win rate in their head-to-head matchups. But that head-to-head gap is a lot to carry when Zeth has a way of making these early rounds chaotic. We'll see if Aster can actually close this out. Zeth's just not letting up, catching Aster's eye from the ramp to extend that lead. Zeth is really putting on a show despite that ranking gap. Zeth is absolutely cruising with a commanding 3-1 lead. He's certainly shaking off that recent losing streak. Aster's fighting back, but Zeth still holds the 3-2 edge. Coming off a very strong run in his last 28 matches. Zeth is putting up a serious fight here, refusing to let his opponent get any momentum going. A tough start for the number 14 seed here. Aster picks that one up from the ramp, bringing this series right back to a 1-round gap. He's certainly feeling the confidence of that 28-8 run today. That hit, Aster has finally caught up to Zeth. A strong look for the higher rated side here. Zeth barely clings to the lead at 5-4. Zeth is proving he can stand his ground against the higher seed. Aster has a phenomenal overall win rate of 67% across over 1,000 games. Well, seeing Zeth take a 2-round lead, despite that historical gap, is a huge statement. It will be interesting to see if the favorite can actually steady the ship. Zeth takes a 7-5 advantage into the break. I mean, the underdog is completely flipping the script here. He's outplaying a much higher ranked opponent and looking like a genuine threat for the full win. Time for the side switch. Zeth stretches his lead further to an 8-5 cushion. The lower rated side is really keeping his composure today. A huge response from Aster, shutting him down quickly from the ramp to narrow the deficit. He is proving why he sits comfortably in the top tier of the ladder. He's really digging in now, refusing to let the lead slip further. The pressure is really starting to mount for Zeth. Zeth manages to hold his ground on the ramp and secure another round for himself. Zeth is fighting through a rough stretch in his recent matches. He keeps fighting, picking Zeth off those boxes to stay within striking distance. Still, plenty of ground for that underdog to cover. Aster just completely takes over, erasing Zeth from that ramp to force a deadlock at 9-9. Everything is back on the table for both players now. Aster just wiped the floor with that engagement, continuing a blistering run of form. Aster just completely took over, securing another win from the ramp to move into a 2-round lead. Zeth is struggling to find a way back into this. What a turnaround, bringing the score to 12-9 and putting himself 1 point away from victory. Total shutdown in the closing stages. What a finale. Aster closes the door on the series with an incredible 6-round tier to seal the victory. Zeth pushed him to the absolute limit, but the sheer consistency of the top seed proved to be too much. Welcome everyone to Italy. We have a great matchup today between Aster and Omnic. Let's see if the underdog can pull an upset. Aster is carrying an unbelievable 10-game winning streak into today. And seeing how heavily he's outpaced his opponent's recent form, it's becoming a real struggle for Omnic to find any footing. He's really fighting an uphill battle here. Aster is firmly in control with a 2-1 lead. A tough start for the Derm 37 player in the ladder. Omnic has completely flipped the script here, erasing that early deficit to tie things up. He's certainly erasing that huge head-to-head deficit right now. Aster just edged back ahead, leading 3-2. His track record against this opponent is a massive mountain to climb. Aster keeps pulling away, now leading by 2. He looks completely comfortable in this matchup. What a turnaround, taking full control of the series and shutting down any hope of a rally. Omnic is showing some real grit, refusing to let that lead slip further away. Aster's dominance in their head-to-head history is just staggering. Well, looking at the massive gap in their combined records, it's clear that Omnic is struggling to find any answer to Aster's playstyle. He needs a significant shift in momentum to avoid a blowout. Aster is just cruising now, sitting pretty at 7-4. Just a second round he's managed to take since the break. Aster takes a solid 8-4 lead into the break. I mean, this is exactly what we expected to see. He's playing with way too much confidence for Omnic to find an opening right now. Time to swap sides. Aster is just relentless, pushing the lead to 9-4. The gap in ratings is really showing here. Aster is simply outclassing him, now up 10-4. Aster has clearly stayed sharp today with that 28-8 record. A total shutdown as he surges back into a commanding rhythm. He's really asserting that rank 13 status right now. He just completely shuts down any hope of a recovery, moving just 1 point away from victory. What a fight! He barely manages to survive that exchange to bring the score to 12-5. He really clung to life in that one. And that's the game. He closes out the series with a perfect finish to secure the victory. He's just too fast with the trigger, proving once again why he's so dangerous on this map. Welcome to Berserk League. Zeth and Omnic are facing off on Mappas to see who comes out on top. Zeth holds a narrow lead in their head-to-head history, winning 51% of their lifetime encounters. It's a tight rivalry, and Omnic actually took their most recent clash. I wonder if we'll see that trend continue or if Zeth takes control here. Omnic's now got the upper hand at 2-1. The higher rated man is clearly struggling to find his footing. And just like that, we are back to a dead heat. This match is shifting by the second. Omnic has struggled to find a win today. Omnic surges ahead, claiming a commanding 3-2 lead. He's really trying to shake off that tough 8-28 run from today. Zeth claws back to make it 3-all. A tough road for Zeth, who's dropped his last 3 outins. These rounds are just lightning fast. Neither of these guys is giving an inch of ground. Omnic is currently fighting through a rough day with a record of 8-28 over the last 24 hours. Despite that struggle, he's looking much more composed in this particular matchup. It'll be interesting to see if he can sustain this momentum. Omnic just barely edges ahead at 5-4. The higher ranked player finally looks to be stabilizing. Omnic is pulling away with a 2-round cushion. It's a tough spot for the higher rated man right now. Zeth keeps things interesting. We're essentially back to a toss-up as we head toward the halfway mark. He's definitely fighting his way back from that tough loss against Aster. Omnic holds a 7-5 advantage at the break. Well, this is slightly surprising given that Zeth usually performs better on Mappas. It's been a close fight, but Omnic is the one currently carrying the momentum. Let's see how they handle the swap. Omnic is really stretching his lead to 8-5 now. The lower seeded player is really taking control here. Zeth puts up another fight, showing some real grit as he cuts the deficit down to 2. He needed to stop that slide before it got out of hand. Omnic is running away with it, now leading 9-6. He's playing with a massive amount of confidence right now. Omnic is nearly home, extending that lead to 10-6. A real struggle for the man sitting at 32nd on the ladder. A total shutdown as he picks Zeth right off the ramp to make it 11. The momentum is swinging heavily in the underdog's favor. Zeth catches a fast, clean shot to get back in the game. His experience over 400 lifelong battles is starting to surface. Zeth is putting on a serious charge here, cutting deep into that lead. He's really determined to shake off that loss to Aster. Omnic is just one step away from the win after punishing Zeth on the blue. The pressure is really mounting for Zeth after that closeout. Absolutely brutal. Omnic seals the deal with a perfect shot to close out the series. He really found his rhythm in that second half and just completely shut him down. A huge statement win for the underdog. Welcome to the Dunes. We've got Aster and Zeth facing off, with the top seed looking to keep a strong streak alive. Aster has been an absolute wall in their head-to-head history, winning nearly 80% of their meetings. It's a psychological burden for Zeth to carry when he's already struggled against this opponent lately. He really needs a quick response here. Aster staring down a lead, but Zeth is fighting back. These early exchanges are ending incredibly quickly. Neither player is giving an inch today. Aster secures another from the box, extending the run to 3 straight. He's really putting a grip on this series. Another clean take for Aster, who is just completely outclassing his opponent right now. He just won't slow down, catching Zeth right off the box to move to 6. His recent 11-game tear is in full effect. Zeth manages to find the opening from the box to get himself back in this. Zeth's been enduring a tough run of results lately. The ratings suggest a significant skill gap, with Aster sitting 20 ranks above his opponent. It's a huge swing in confidence for Zeth to suddenly be trading rounds like this. He's refusing to be intimidated by the ladder gap right now. Aster still holds a commanding 3-round cushion here. That was a sharp exchange, but Zeth just came out on top. Aster takes a 7-5 lead into the break, right? This is basically exactly what we expected to see. Zeth is keeping it close for now, but that hot streak from Aster really proved why he's the favorite here. Let's see if the momentum shifts. He closes the gap further, showing some serious grit to keep this contest alive. The gap on the ladder hasn't stopped him from pushing back. Aster holds a 2-round edge as we enter 14. Coming off that 13-5 result against Omnic, he's really in top form. Aster still has a comfortable 3-point lead here. He has been absolutely lethal in his last 24 hours of play. The momentum has shifted completely back to the favorite as he puts together another consecutive win. That's an effortless win to extend the streak, and he's simply not letting up. His 29-7 record over the last day speaks for itself. Zeth manages to react first here, shutting down that run. Zeth really needs to string a few together to stay competitive. Another lightning fast reaction from the leader to move within striking distance of the finish. Game over! Aster closes it out with a fierce finish to secure the series victory. He's just playing on another level today, and Zeth simply couldn't find a way to stop the bleed. Welcome to the stream. We have Aster and Omnic facing off on orange, where the favorite looks very strong today. What a scramble! Aster barely scrapes through that exchange to take the early lead. Aster is an absolute powerhouse on this map with a 76% win rate. It's clear that the disparity in their overall rankings should be showing more here. I wonder if Omnic can actually sustain this tight start. Omnic needs a big play to stop Aster's momentum. The skill gap is showing as a rank 13 player should. Omnic fights back. We are locked at a 2-all deadlock. He's certainly bringing a lot of confidence after that 13-8 win over Zep. Goodness, a total slugfest. He barely survived that one to reclaim the lead. His record over 500 meetings with this opponent is simply a mountain to climb. Aster's comfortably in the driver's seat at 4-2. He's definitely feeling the weight of those 28 losses today. What a fight! He barely hangs on for his life to narrow the gap. He's putting up a real fight despite the ladder gap. Aster is on an absolute tear with a 12-game winning streak across his recent matches. It's clear he's playing with immense confidence right now. If he can keep this pace, it will be a very short day for Omnic. Aster holds a slim edge with a 5-4 lead. It's a tough stretch for a player currently sitting at 8-28 today. Omnic forces a complete reset, bringing it to 5 apiece. Total parity on the board right now. Omnic is on fire right now, securing another effortless point to take control of the map. We're all square at 6-6 heading into the switch. Aster isn't pulling away as easily as we thought he would. Omnic is playing out of his mind to keep this series totally level. Time to see who blinks first. Aster claws back ahead with a narrow 7-6 advantage. That's nearly 30 wins for him today alone. Omnic answers right back and we're tied up again. He's really defying the odds today given the disparity in their rating. Omnic is really starting to put the pressure on here, taking control of the momentum with 2 straight wins. He's just too fast right now, putting himself firmly in control of the server. It's a surreal reversal from their last encounter on Italy. He's simply not missing right now, extending his streak to 4. A complete reversal from their recent encounter on Italy. He's completely unstoppable, putting an iron grip on this map as he reaches 5 straight. Just shocking to see him completely collapse like this. Another clean shot and he's now just a single round away from victory. The momentum has completely shifted in favor of the underdog. Unbelievable. He closes out the series with a perfect finish to take the victory. Simply a wild turnaround. To see that kind of dominance from a player struggling this much today is just incredible. Welcome to the Berserk League. Zeth and Omnic face off on fast aim to see who can hit 13 rounds first. Zeth currently leads their career head-to-head matchup 246 to 233. He's definitely trying to push that gap even wider after losing their most recent clash. It'll be interesting to see if he can keep up this momentum. Zeth is comfortably in control with a 2-1 lead. It's a total deadlock right now. Neither player can seem to pull away from the other. Zeth just manages to outpeak him on the ramp to take a narrow lead. It's a toss-up, given their nearly identical map records. Omnic just shuts that down and clears him right off the ramp to take the lead. Omnic just edges ahead to a 4-3 lead. Omnic seems to have the mental edge right now. Absolutely effortless. He just shuts down the ramp battle to keep this hot streak alive. The pressure is really mounting for the favorite here. Zeth earns a clean return from the ramp to keep things tight. He's really fighting through that recent slump right now. Omnic is putting on a clinic in this set, consistently winning these lightning fast trades. Zeth is really shaking things up right now, holding his own from that ramp position to tie things up. We've got a dead heat at 6-6 heading into the break. I mean, this is exactly what you expect from two players, so close in rank. Zeth is showing a lot of grit to stay level here. Let's see who finds their rhythm first. Omnic just secures that narrow advantage by picking Zeth off the ramp. He's definitely using that confidence from his victory on Mappas earlier today. And we are back to a stalemate at 7-all. Omnic takes a slight 1-round lead over Zeth. It's a bit tough for the higher rated man in this set. Good grief, he survived by a hair. Omnic barely clings to life after that absolute war. That is an incredibly nerve-wracking way to close out the round. Omnic holds onto a slim 1-round cushion. He's really fighting against that recent trend of losses. Complete parity now as they sit locked at 9 apiece. His recent form has been brutal, but we're seeing a flip here. Omnic is really starting to put the pressure on, showing some seriously fast reactions these last few rounds. Zeth catches him right as he's stepping up the ramp to keep this sequence rolling. Everything is completely reset here. Unbelievable. Zeth claws back to a lead and barely stays alive after dragging himself off the ramp. He's showing some serious resolve in these late rounds. Simply untouchable right now. He's completely shifted the momentum in his favor, and he's just a single round away from the victory. Omnic stays frosty and wipes him right off the ramp to keep his hopes alive. A huge breath of air for the trailing player here. He just shut the door on a victory in regulation, forcing this battle into overtime. Truly a gritty effort to survive that stretch. He just puts a stop to the momentum shift and pulls ahead again. It's a tough grind for him after those rough results earlier. Zeth is really starting to pull away here, making it very difficult for Omnic to get back into this overtime. That was an incredibly fast exchange. Omnic is really tightening up the gaps in this series. Zeth is practically dancing through these exchanges, leaving Omnic completely stunned. The higher seeded man is truly showing why he entered this set as the favorite. Omnic reacts instantly to knock Zeth off the ramp, keeping himself in the fight. Just a blur of movement to tie this game up. He pulls off another high pressure win to put himself one round away from the title. Zeth's status as the favorite feels like a distant memory now. Omnic is which way ahead now, clutching a 16-15 lead. Omnic extends his grip to a 2-round lead. He's really capitalizing on those recent wins against Aster today. Omnic maintains a slim advantage, leading 17-16. The gap between their ratings is virtually non-existent. We are completely locked in at 17-all. It's a grueling battle given his difficult run of form lately. Omnic barely holds the lead, sitting at 18-17. Omnic is surging ahead now with a 19-17 cushion. He finally puts those losing streaks behind him and takes a massive step forward in their rivalry. Zeth gave him everything today, but it just wasn't enough in the end. What a fight! Welcome to Berserk League duels. We're on Italy today as the heavy favorite Aster takes on Zeth. Aster holds a massive lead in their head-to-head history, winning nearly 80% of their meetings. It's a staggering gap that usually makes this an easy win for him, but Zeth is clearly trying to break a long losing streak here. Zeth has snatched the lead, making it 2-1. The lower ranked player is definitely feeling confident right now. The momentum has completely shifted back. Aster is quickly getting things back under control. Zeth pushes it to 3-2, staying in the driver's seat. Zeth is just relentless, extending his gap to 4-2. He's really putting that 13-7 loss from Dunes behind him. He's absolutely on fire, taking full control of the match with 3 straight wins. Zeth is simply untouchable right now, moving into a 4-round surge. Zeth is really defying the rankings here. He's simply outclassing his opponent right now, taking a 5th straight round with ease. Aster finally manages to respond and secure another round. He's definitely trying to claw back toward that typical result. Zeth has won 8 rounds so far, which is a complete reversal of how these two usually match up. I mean, it's almost unheard of for someone who traditionally struggles against Aster to look this comfortable. He really seems to have the upper hand in this specific fight. Zeth takes a surprising 8-4 lead into the break. I mean, everything about the rankings suggested Aster would cruise here. He's really struggling to keep up with Zeth's pace in this first half. Time for a fresh start. Zeth is dominating, sitting comfortably at 9-4. A tough spot for the favorite to be in. Aster finally picks up a bit of ground at 5-9. The skill difference is starting to show through. Zeth had a commanding lead, but is now sliding backward as Aster puts the pressure on. His overall experience usually translates into these kinds of runs. Zeth still maintains a 4-round cushion at 10-6. Zeth really seems to be rewriting the script today. Aster keeps climbing, narrowing the gap to 7-10. The higher rated player is certainly starting to fight back. Zeth is holding his ground really well, refusing to let the momentum swing back in Aster's favor. And Zeth is right back in control, taking an immense lead into the final possible round. Unbelievable! He closes it out with a perfect final round to secure the victory. Honestly, with how these two usually play, I can't imagine a more shocking result for the day. Welcome to the arena. We have Aster taking on Omnic in a match where the favorite looks strong. Aster holds a huge 400 and 137 career lead in their head-to-head matches. You know, that history of dominance makes this early lead from Omnic even more surprising. I wonder if the momentum from their previous meeting today is still carrying over. Omnic is really rolling now, leading 2-1. Omnic is looking sharp after those recent wins over Zeth. Things are starting to even out. Neither player is able to put a real grip on this map right now. Omnic is just one step closer to closing this. Pure chaos to see the rank 36 seed playing this comfortably. Aster fights back and we're tied up at 3 apiece. It's a huge shift from the 927 struggles he's had elsewhere today. Aster is really starting to pick up steam and put the pressure on here. He's currently sitting as the 14th highest rated player on the ladder. Absolute dead hit now with both Aster and Omnic tied. Aster just pulls ahead to claim a narrow lead. It looks like the favorite is starting to assert himself. Aster has a strong 70% success rate on this particular map. And honestly, seeing him find his footing here puts him in a position to really dictate the pace. We have to see if Omnic can find a way to disrupt this momentum. Aster goes into the break with an 8-4 lead. Well, the script is playing out exactly as we thought it would. That 4-round streak gave the higher seed plenty of breathing room. Time for a fresh start. Aster is just cruising now, pushing the lead to 9-4. The sheer gap in their career win percentages is really starting to show. Aster is just relentless, extending his lead to 10. Omnic is really struggling to find any answer for this. Unbelievable, he barely scrapes through that fight with just 2 health left to keep the streak alive. He's just completely locked into another gear now. He almost lost that one in a frantic exchange, but he's now just one more for the series. His reaction time is looking absolutely crisp right now. What a fight! He barely hangs on with a sliver of health to deny the match point. He really tightened up the gap after that scramble. What a nail biter to finish it off. He barely survives that chaotic trade to seal the victory. A huge statement from the higher seed to get back in the win column after those tough losses earlier today. Welcome everyone to the Dunes map. Zeth is stepping up to face Omnic in tonight's duel. Zeth looked sharp coming out of the gate, securing that early advantage from the top. Zeth is just lighting this up early on, catching Omnic again from the box. Zeth holds a 246 to 234 advantage in their head-to-head history. It's a tight margin, but he clearly knows how to get the better of Omnic over the long term. It will be interesting to see if he can regain that control here. Zeth is putting on a clinic, quickly taking out Omnic from the box to keep the pressure on. Omnic responds firmly, knocking him off the box to get closer in the count. The favorite still in control of the pace overall. Zeth is cruising along with a commanding 5-2 lead. Squeaking through that one with a sliver of health left. An incredibly crisp shot from Omnic, proving he isn't going to fade away just yet. That was an absolute scramble, but he claws out another victory to keep the momentum shifting. Zeth has really struggled today with a 16-19 record over the last day, so yeah, he's definitely playing against a bit of a slump in his overall form. I wonder if this lead is a sign that he's finally turning things around. Zeth takes the 8-4 lead into the break. Right, he is capitalizing on this start despite Omnic usually performing better on this map. We'll see if the momentum holds through the second half. Let's see if Omnic finds his rhythm. Unbelievable. He barely survives that exchange, edging out the win with almost nothing left in the tank. He just can't seem to close the door on the other guy. Zeth is just dominant, pushing the lead to 10-4. Omnic really needs to find an answer for the way he's playing today. Zeth keeps pushing, now sitting comfortably at 10-5. He definitely feels the pressure after those tough losses earlier today. Omnic has all the momentum now, knocking Zeth right off that box for another win. A fierce exchange of fire, but he closes out the fight to keep this streak alive. The underdogs are certainly showing some grit right now. Zeth shuts the door on that rally with a perfect response. Zeth has really found his edge in this particular meeting. A completely effortless trade for Zeth, leaving him just one step away from victory. Absolutely phenomenal finish to wrap things up. Zeth secures the final blow to take the whole series. He really shook off those earlier struggles with that performance, putting on a show here in the Dunes. Welcome to the league. Aster and Zeth are facing off on Mepus to see who can hit 13 rounds first. Aster has a massive overall advantage with a 78% lifetime win rate against Zeth, but their very last encounter actually went the other way. It'll be interesting to see if Zeth has truly closed that gap tonight. Zeth is currently holding the edge with a 2-1 lead. Zeth looks plenty confident after his recent 13-7 victory over him. Both players are traded rounds so far, keeping this incredibly tight in the early stages. That's a lot of wins for Aster so far today. Aster claws back ahead with a narrow 3-2 lead. The higher rated man is definitely starting to put the pressure on. Total control now, as he takes another round without taking any damage. He's just unstoppable right now, picking up another one to extend the lead. He completely takes over the match from the ramp, bringing the score to 6-2. Zeth finds a quick response here to keep things interesting. He's certainly playing the role of the spoiler tonight. A gritty duel here, but Zeth keeps his composure to keep the pressure on. Aster has a much higher standing on the ladder, but he's looking vulnerable. Aster really loves playing from the ramp, using that elevation to keep his momentum going. Aster takes a 7-5 lead into the break. I mean, this is exactly what we expected to see. He's the clear favorite here, and is comfortably controlling the pace of the game. Fresh start for both players now. Aster has really been on the tear today with a 28-8 record across his matches. And we are starting to see that confidence translate into a commanding lead here. He's finally finding the stability he needs to pull away from the underdog. Aster is really pulling away now, leading 9-6. He's really asserting his presence as the higher seed. Zeth just needs one big round to shift the momentum, otherwise he's sliding toward a tough defeat. He's firmly established as the superior player in this pairing. Simply too fast for him, as he picks up another effortless round to extend the gap. Zeth has had a rough go of it lately, winning only 20% of his recent 10. He just clears him right off the ramp, and now he's only one round from victory. Pure aggression from the top seed right now. What a finish! He shuts the door completely to wrap this up in a total blowout. He just completely dismantled Zeth today, showing exactly why he holds such a massive lead in their head-to-head history. Welcome to Redline. We have Aster and Omnic facing off today, with the heavy favorite looking to maintain a strong lead. A sharp start from Omnic, using that ramp height to secure the first round. He's trying to shake off a tough 9-27 day. Aster completely owns the history here, leading the head-to-head with a huge 402-137 advantage. So yeah, seeing him start this match on the back foot is a genuine surprise given the skill gap. We have to see if he can actually shake this off. Omnic is simply too quick right now, using that height advantage to push the lead to 3. He's really making the most of this momentum swing. Omnic is just dominating, sitting pretty at 4-1. Unreal. Aster digs deep to scrape through that exchange, surviving by a single point of health. That's a flawless follow-up for Aster, who is showing some real grit to narrow the gap. He's finally starting to look like the top seed again. Another clean hit from the ramp to bring the score level at 4-4. The momentum is completely shifted in a matter of minutes. Omnic claims another quick win from the ramp to take the lead. He's showing a lot of resilience tonight despite that ranking gap. Absolute precision from Aster, completely resetting the series to a dead heat. Both of them are playing like an absolute wall right now. A completely untouched exchange for Aster, who now holds a narrow lead heading into the break. Just in time to secure the lead before they swap sides. Aster takes a 7-5 lead into the break. I mean, the top seed is doing exactly what he needs to do here. He's firmly in control though. Omnic is still fighting hard to keep this close. Time to see who blinks first. Aster keeps the pressure on with a 7-6 edge. A huge mental test for the rank 36 underdog here. That was remarkably quick, and he's now extending that lead to 2. A really clean look at the target there. Aster pushes ahead again, barely holding a 1-point lead. A tough run today for the lower ranked player, but he's hanging in there. What a scramble. Omnic barely escapes that chaos with his life to tie things up. Omnic is really defying his low ladder spot right now. What a slugfest. Both players were shredded in that exchange, but he barely claws out the win. He's definitely playing above his rank tonight. Aster catches him right off the ramp to pull this set level. Just a split second of hesitation, and that was it. Omnic just barely edges ahead to take a 10-9 lead. He's really fighting back despite that lower placement on the ladder. Omnic is really putting the pressure on now, moving himself into a very strong position to close this out. Aster is refusing to fade away, walking out of that clash completely unscathed. He just needed to answer back and did it perfectly. He's refusing to let the momentum slide, dragging this set back to a dead draw. Absolute stalemate as we head into the final stretch. He's completely taken over the game and now stands on the verge of victory. The odds for this series are finally starting to look correct. Absolute brilliance from the top seed to close this out and secure the victory. He really pushed a top 15 player to the brink, but his composure just wasn't there in those final moments. What a fight! Welcome everyone, we've got Zeth and Omnic facing off on Fast Aim to see who takes the win today. Zeth gets the early advantage, playing it safe from the ramp to take that first round. Omnic is really struggling to find his footing today. Zeth leads their lifelong rivalry with a slight edge in total wins and is currently carrying a huge amount of confidence after their most recent head-to-head. The big question is whether Omnic can adjust before this gap widens further. Zeth keeps the pressure up, securing another kill from the ramp to move ahead 3-0. Goodness, what a scrap! He barely survives that exchange to knock Omnic off the ramp. Everything seems to be clicking for him since their last encounter. Omnic gets his first win of the set, shutting Zeth down from the ramp. Despite his poor run today, that's one more for his total career tally. He's showing some serious grit, dropping Zeth right off the ramp to close the gap. It's starting to look like a real dogfight now. Zeth holds a solid 5-2 lead heading into this. He's definitely having a tougher run in his sets today. A totally clean trade for the trailing player, showing some real heart to keep this game close. He's really digging in his heels to keep this reachable. Omnic shuts him down from the ramp and keeps the comeback rolling. The favorite is suddenly looking very vulnerable here. Zeth has really struggled with consistency lately, as seen by his 20% win rate over his last 10 games. It's been a volatile stretch for him, but he's proving that he can still outplay Omnic when it matters. We'll see if he can keep this momentum through the middle of the set. Zeth takes the lead 8-4, and honestly, his performance is a huge step up from his recent form. He's outperforming Omnic right now, taking full advantage of that mid-game win streak to secure a comfortable cushion. Time to shake things up. Omnic holds the window perfectly here to put some pressure back on Zeth. His rating puts him slightly lower on the ladder than his opponent. Another fast kill for Omnic from the ramp as he keeps clawing back into this set. The lower ranked player is really putting up a fight here. Zeth manages to clear the ramp and put a stop to that mini run from Omnic. That win gives him a bit of breathing room. Omnic simply outclasses him here, popping Zeth right off the ramp for a total blowout. The underdog is really refusing to go away. He's staying aggressive from the ramp, putting the pressure right back on Zeth. Zeth is really feeling the heat right now. Unbelievable. He just completely turned the tide and evens the score at 9-9. He's completely wiped the slate clean for this series. Omnic is simply on fire right now, claiming his 4th straight round to take the lead. He's simply unstoppable right now, taking down Zeth from the ramp to push the advantage to 11-9. Zeth manages to fight back and hold that momentum. He's certainly fighting through a rough patch today. We are looking at a complete dead heat here. It's a total toss-up who walks away with the victory. What a performance. He's pushed this all the way to match point. Absolute precision in the air to put himself in the driver's seat. What a way to end it. He closes out the series in style to secure the victory. He really puts his back against the wall and comes through with the clutch. Zeth fought hard, but it just wasn't his day. What a battle. Welcome everyone to Italy. Aster and Zeth are facing off today, though the favorite enters this match with a huge advantage. Aster really has the historical upper hand here, having won 78% of their lifetime encounters. It's clearly a tough mountain to climb for Zeth, especially after coming off a rough set of results. We'll see if he can adjust his approach before this snowballs.
Zeth is hanging in there, trailing by just 1.
He looks really confident coming into this after a flawless run today. The pace is picking up here. That last exchange happened in a heartbeat. Aster is barely holding the lead at 3-2. Hard to believe he's fighting this well given the rating gap. Aster starting to pull away now at 4-2.
He has been really dominant throughout the day so far.
Aster has been playing incredible game after game, putting up a 28-8 record in his last few matches. That kind of momentum is obviously making a huge difference in how he's controlling this specific server. Zeth is really fighting an uphill battle right now. He's not backing down, finding a perfectly timed shot to close the gap. Zeth is proving the critics wrong in a big way.
Aster extends his lead to 6-4 with that play. He's really taking advantage of that experience gap today.
Aster keeps the pressure on with a 7-4 lead.
Zeth has had a brutal stretch today, dropping his last 2 series.
Aster goes into the break with a comfortable 8-4 lead. I mean, this is exactly how the numbers predicted this would go. Zeth just hasn't been able to find a way to stop that streak of 3. Zeth needs a spark right now.
Aster maintains his grip, now sitting at 8-5. The lower rated player is certainly finding a way to respond.
Zeth is showing some real grit here, outreacting his opponent to snag another round.
Aster reclaimed the steering wheel and leads 9-6. He's looked completely locked in since that 13-11 result against Omnic. Aster is just relentless, pushing it to 10-6. Aster is certainly living up to his status as the heavy favorite.
Zeth is refusing to just let this one slide, showing he can definitely keep up with the pace. Aster is really tightening his grip on this series as we head into the final stretch. Zeth is refusing to go quietly, really fighting to stay in the game here. He's finding another gear now, keeping this run alive to close the gap.
Zeth is really playing the role of the spoiler here.
Absolute shutout there, and now Aster stands on the verge of victory. A lightning fast finish to put the pressure right back on Zeth. What a way to close it out. Aster claims the victory with an incredible final sequence. He's just showing why he's got such a dominant record against Zeth throughout their history. Welcome everyone, we've got Aster and Omnic facing off on orange today. Aster enters as the strong favorite for this one. Aster heads into this with an impressive 29-7 record over the last 24 hours. It's a huge gap in form compared to Omnic, who's been struggling today. We have to see if he can shake off this slow start. Omnic takes a surprising 2-1 lead. The gap on the ladder is really starting to show here. Aster is putting together quite a sequence here, quickly reclaiming control of the match. He's simply too fast right now, moving to a lead of 3-2. Omnic is really feeling the pressure against the top 15. A clean trade to bring things level once more. The gap in the ratings seems to be shrinking in real time. Omnic claws back to hold a narrow 4-3 edge. It's a rare moment of dominance for the lower ranked side. He's found another way to win the exchange and is now riding a hot streak. An absolute nightmare for the 14th seeded favorite. Aster gets a quick response to keep things close. His dominance in the all-time head-to-head stats is legendary. Omnic has a win rate on this map that is barely over a third, and honestly he's defying every piece of data we have today. It's becoming a real battle of will to see if Aster can regain control. Omnic is barely hanging on to his 6-5 lead. A tough day at the office so far for the rank 36 seed. Omnic heads into the break with a 7-5 lead. I mean, he is absolutely defying the odds right now. We expected the higher rank to take over early, but we are seeing a huge surprise on this map. Time to see if it holds. Omnic still holds the lead by just 1 round. This side switch feels like a turning point. Pure deadlock as Aster levels it up to 7-all. He's mirroring the result from their very last encounter. Both of them were trading heavy blows in that exchange, but he manages to outlast the pressure to take a commanding lead. The difference in their overall win rates is a staggering contrast. Omnic reacts first to keep the series deadlocked. The pressure is mounting on the favorite right now. Omnic just barely manages to keep the lead at 9-8. It's just an incredible day for the 36th ranked player. Aster levels the playing field, bringing us to a dead heat. His all-time history here is essentially a wall for anyone. He's really tightening the noose here, refusing to let Aster breathe for a second. Quite a contrast to the 13-11 result they just had on the red line. A total stalemate as we hit 10 apiece. It's an uphill climb for someone currently sitting at 36. The momentum is shifting firmly back to the favorite as we enter the final stretch. He's really cementing that head-to-head lead. He's simply untouchable right now, cruising to within 1 of the victory. The gap in their current form is really starting to peak. Omnic finds the opening shot, keeping himself in this series with a perfect exchange. That quick reaction keeps the game alive. What a way to close out regulation! He catches his opponent completely off guard to force a tie. Aster quickly answers back and now has the lead again. He's really fighting to keep that ladder position secure. Aster is really starting to pull away here as we head into the final stretch. He's really starting to look like the vastly superior player here. Neither player is letting the other get any breathing room right now. He managed to find a way back into the server. He secures a tight exchange here and puts himself in a position to wrap this up. A gritty performance from a player who simply knows how to close. Unbelievable! He shuts the door on this series with a perfect final shot. He really had to dig deep to secure that one after the shaky start. Omnic played the game of his life to force that overtime. What a battle! Welcome to the arena. We have Zeth and Omnic facing off today to see who takes the win. Zeth holds a narrow lead in their overall head-to-head history, winning about 51% of their lifetime encounters. But the recent trend has been a bit more volatile for him, given his struggle to find wins in his last few matches. It'll be interesting to see if he can actually push that historic advantage today. Zeth is looking strong, holding a 2-1 lead. Both of these players have had a tough run against Aster lately. Zeth is really starting to separate himself here, putting a lot of pressure on Omnic early on. He's looking way sharper than in that last set against Omnic. Zeth is absolutely dominating this series, sitting at 4-1. He's bouncing back well from the tight loss on fast aim. He's just too fast right now, securing another quick victory to keep this streak alive. An unexpected turnaround after Zeth's rough outing against Aster. He's taking total control from the Tetris, securing his 4th straight victory. Everything is swinging in the right direction for the favorite. Omnic enters back with a quick snap to hold the momentum. It's a gritty battle for both players who are nearly tied on the ladder. Zeth is struggling to maintain his footing with a 15-20 record over the last day. So yeah, he's facing a lot of pressure after those consecutive losses earlier. He needs a strong response now to keep this match from slipping away. Zeth bounces back quickly here, maintaining a comfortable cushion as we approach the halfway mark. We head into the break with Zeth holding an 8-4 lead. I mean, we didn't expect such a one-sided start from these two given how close they usually are. Zeth is really making use of his better win rate on the arena today. Omnic needs a huge reset here. Omnic claws back, now trailing Zeth by only 3. He's fighting hard to keep things competitive after those tough losses. Zeth is really pulling away now, leading 9-5. Looking much better than his latest run of games. Zeth is simply too quick right now. He's carving through these rounds with zero hesitation. And he's back in control, shutting down that little rally with a 3rd straight win. The rating difference is minimal, but he looks far superior right now. Omnic puts a stop to the slide by picking him off the box. He's putting up a real fight despite those 8 losses today. Zeth is starting to look a bit rattled as Omnic digs in for this comeback attempt. He's showing a bit more grit today than he did in those losses to Aster. What a statement from Omnic, walking away from this exchange completely unscathed for his 3rd straight win. He is simply refusing to let this match go, pushing his run to 4 straight. The underdog has completely flipped the script on this series. Unbelievable. He just dismantles the opposition, taking out the leader from the ramp to extend this surge to 5. What a turnaround. He's practically walking through Zeth's defense now. Zeth puts a sudden stop to that run, putting himself just 1 round away from victory. Omnic keeps his hopes alive with a perfectly clean finish to stave off defeat. The pressure is definitely mounting on that final point. What a stand! That ties things up at 12-12, forcing this battle into overtime. Neither man is letting the other breathe tonight. The charge continues as he keeps this incredible run going. Just a blur of movement in that exchange. He's completely rewritten the expectations for this series. He's completely taken over this match, securing yet another victory to stay in the driver's seat. Zeth strikes back with an effortless shot to keep the pressure high. What a turnaround! He's just outclassed his opponent here and now sits on the verge of closing this out. The underdog is really making a name for himself in this series. Absolutely incredible. Omnic pulls off the ultimate heist to claim the victory. He really looked like he was about to let the lead slip away there, but he just found another gear in overtime. What a fight! Welcome to the Berserk League. Esther and Zeth are facing off on dunes to see who can hit 13 rounds first. Esther secures a quick vertical advantage, taking control from the box to start things off. He really has the historical upper hand in this matchup. Zeth is making a statement early on by securing that height advantage for the tie. The lower ranked man is showing some serious grit early on. Esther has dominated the head-to-head rivalry with a 79% win rate. It's clear that Zeth is really struggling to find any answers for him right now. I wonder if he can find a way to break this pattern today. Esther holds a narrow lead as we enter round 6. His recent 15-20 run today has been a tough grind. The speed of these exchanges is wild. These rounds are ending in a blink. His number 13 ranking on the ladder is starting to show. Aster is pulling away, firmly in control at 5-2. The disparity in their overall experience is becoming evident. He secures another effortless kill from the box, extending his lead to 6-2.
Absolutely untouchable right now. That's 4 straight for Aster.
Zeth has really struggled to find his footing today. Zeth manages to snap the momentum with a sharp response of his own. Zeth has been through a tough run, losing 4 of his last 10 encounters. That lack of confidence is clearly weighing on him as he tries to mount a comeback here. It'll take a huge shift in energy to close this gap. Aster takes a comfortable 8-4 lead into the break. I mean, everything here is going exactly as the rankings predicted. He looks sharp, but we'll see if Zeth can put up a fight on the other side. Zeth claws back, trailing by 3 at 8-5. He's really pushing for a surprising result today. Zeth completely shuts him down, showing some real fortitude in this recovery. This is a completely different pace than the opening frames. He's completely flipped the script, taking another round to close the gap. The favorite is looking very vulnerable right now. Unbelievable! He manages to scrap through the chaos, surviving with a mere sliver of health. Talk about a nail-biter for a second there. Aster halts the streak to move ahead 10-7. Zeth is really feeling the weight of those recent losses today. Zeth remains incredibly composed, walking away with full health to keep the pressure on. He's proving he can keep up with the top-tier talent. Aster's positioning is just too precise today, using that height advantage to pick up another quick round. He has a very strong record over the last day. A huge response from Aster, putting him just a single round away from victory. The gap in their global rankings is showing through in the clutch. Zeth keeps the game alive by picking him off the box. A bold move to challenge that angle and come out on top. What a finish! Aster closes out the final round and secures the match. He really just can't find a way to crack the defense. Zeth fought hard, but he's just another victim of a hot streak today. Welcome everyone to the match. We have Aster and Omnic facing off today on Mappas. Aster holds a massive edge with a 75% win rate in their head-to-head history. It's clear he's the far more consistent player in this specific pairing. The big question is whether Omnic can maintain this early lead. Omnic's firmly in control with a 2-1 lead. He is definitely showing why he's currently ranked 13 on the ladder. Aster just completely flipped the script. He's taken full control of the momentum here. The lower seed can't let this slip away. Omnic is just one step ahead at 3-2. A surprisingly sluggish start for someone coming off such a dominant 29-7 day. We are deadlocked at 3 apiece, totally back to square one. His overall career percentage is definitely a factor here. Aster is really starting to pull away here. He's looking incredibly sharp this half. The gap in the ladder rankings is starting to play a role. Both players are locked in at 4 all. The gap in experience is nearly 1,000 games wide. Omnic just clawed back the lead to make it 5-4. It's a huge contrast to the way he's been playing all day. He's just too quick right now, marking another straight win to take the lead. He is truly defying the historical trend here. Absolute perfection from Omnic, putting up another huge number as he pushes his advantage. Omnic takes a 7-5 lead into the break, and honestly this is a total shock. He's completely outplayed the favorite so far, even putting together a 4-round tier to secure the advantage. Time for those sides to swap. Omnic has managed to pull off a rare feat by securing his first real lead in this specific rivalry. It's almost unbelievable seeing him push the advantage when Aster usually controls the tempo. We have to wonder if Omnic can keep this momentum going through the second half. Omnic is really surging now, holding a commanding 9-6 lead. He's managed to stabilize a bit after those tough losses earlier today. That's a second straight for Aster, who's showing real grit in this climb back. He's finally starting to play like the favorite. Omnic stays out in front, leading 10-7. The rank difference is really starting to look irrelevant right now. A totally effortless finish for Aster, who continues to chip away at this deficit. He's fighting a tough battle against his current form. He is showing incredible resolve, refusing to let his opponent pull away. He's proving why he entered this match as the big favorite. Unreal. He barely walks away from that exchange, clawing out the win in a total firefight. Just a huge performance from the underdog throughout the match. A quick and clean burst puts Omnic back in the driver's seat, just one more for the victory. That was an incredibly efficient exchange. And that's it, Omnic shuts the door on this series with a final decisive victory. Just an unbelievable statement from this guy, taking down one of the hottest players in the league right now. Welcome to Redline. We have Zeth and Omnic stepping up for a close matchup to see who comes out on top. Zeth holds a lifetime head-to-head lead with 247 wins over Omnic. It's interesting to see him take the opening round considering he's coming off a rough stretch in his most recent games. He'll want to prove he can still handle this rivalry. He completely shuts down the challenge from the ramp to push his lead to 3. An interesting shift from their previous close encounter. Unbelievable power from Zeth, who keeps the perfect start intact. This is a completely different look than their last encounter. Omnic manages to find his mark and knocks Zeth off the ramp. He's entering this series with plenty of confidence after a strong showing against Aster. Omnic keeps the momentum going, pulling Zeth right off the ramp to close the gap. Zeth has the edge in the standings, but he's looking shaky. Omnic is absolutely on fire, using the ramp to keep this surge alive. He is playing with a completely different energy than we saw in the opening rounds. Incredible! He claws his way back to a tie, surviving by a hair. He's just completely neutralized Zeth's early lead. The comeback is nearly complete as he storms ahead to take the lead. Everything has shifted for a guy who entered this as the favorite. Simply terrifying. He's now locked in for 6 straight, taking total control of this series. What an absolute powerhouse display. He's now claimed 7 straight to take a firm lead. He's just completely shattered Zeth's confidence right now. Omnic takes a healthy lead with an 8-4 score. Well, he's definitely making good on his current winning streak. Zeth started fast, but he struggled to get anything going since that initial burst. Zeth needs a big wake-up call. He's simply too sharp right now, extending that cushion to 5 rounds. The pressure is really mounting for the veteran in this series. A tough exchange here, but he shows real grit to survive and extend the lead. He's definitely playing with a huge advantage on the ladder right now. A fierce battle on the ramp ends with him securing another round to pull ahead 11-4. He's really making the most of that momentum from his match against Aster. Zeth finally gets a round back, showing he's still in the fight. Unreal. He survives a brutal exchange from the ramp, with barely a sliver of health left. Another effortless blow for Omnic, who now just needs one more round to seal the deal. Omnic is certainly playing like the higher seed today. He closes it out. What a turnaround for Omnic to secure the victory. He really made a statement today, chipping away at that long-standing head-to-head lead Zeth has held over him. Welcome to the Berserk League. Aster and Zeph are facing off on fast aim with the heavy favorite looking for another win. Aster holds a massive head-to-head advantage with 337 wins over Zeth. That historic dominance makes this early lead for Zeth look like a real anomaly. We'll see if he can actually flip the script here. That's 3 straight for Zeth, and he looked completely untouchable on this exchange. The rank 36 player is absolutely still in this opening. Absolutely crushing it, he just can't be stopped right now. Zeth is playing with a lot of confidence despite those recent losses. Just a complete shutout. He's cruising through the first 5 rounds. He's totally ignoring the rating gap right now. Aster gets a fast response to put a mark on the board. Both players were fighting for the same high ground, but Aster just had the better timing. A tough stretch for Zeth, coming off a 14-22 run today. Aster is putting up a strong 28-8 record over the last day. It's clear he's entering this match with much more momentum than Zeth. The big question now is whether he can actually leverage that form to overturn this deficit. Zeth manages to hold a narrow gap, playing that ramp position really well to secure the round. Zeth is running away with this, leading 8-3. This is a complete reversal of what we've seen between them lately. Zeth takes a commanding 9-3 lead into the break. Honestly, I can't believe what we're seeing here. Zeth is playing out of his mind and Aster looks completely lost against the lower ranked opponent right now. Time to wake up for Aster. Aster's finally found some rhythm, cutting the lead to 9-4. He's fought through a tough stretch of matches lately. Aster is starting to peel back that lead, and he just took Zeth right off the ramp. It's becoming harder for the underdog to maintain that gap. Unreal. He's just taking over the server right now. The higher rated player is finally reclaiming control. Zeth gets the better angle from the ramp to halt that momentum. He's showing some real grit given his rough patch of form lately. Zeth is just reacting instantly. These rounds are flying by way too fast for Aster to keep up. Zeth completely shuts down the rally with a perfect exchange on the ramp, putting himself one step from victory. Aster manages to scrape out a narrow victory, forcing Zeth to earn that final round. The top tier skill gap is definitely starting to show. Aster manages to clear him off the ramp, staying alive and keeping his hopes up. He's really digging in his heels now. What a conclusion. Zeth closes it out with a lightning fast shot to seal this series. Just a massive statement from the underdog here, completely defying those long-term odds. He really fought back to get this one hard-fought win. Welcome everyone! Esther and Omnic are stepping into the arena to see who comes out on top today. Aster holds a staggering 75% head-to-head win rate over his opponent, but the history in this specific rivalry is starting to shift. Omnic is currently on a hot streak that might be masking the long-term gap in their skill levels. Let's see if he can keep it up. Absolute control from the favorite as the streak hits 3. His recent 13-6 victory against Zed showed he's ready for this. A sharp response from Aster, proving he's not going down without a fight. He has to shake this off quickly if he wants to live up to the hype. Omnic is dominating this set, leading a huge 4-1. Aster is digging in, putting up a strong fight to close the gap. A tight trade of rounds as we head into the next. He's not letting the lead slip away easily, putting up another strong point to narrow this gap. What a run! He's completely erased the lead and tied this up at 4 apiece. He's playing like the man everyone expected to win today. Omnic gets the jump on him here to reclaim the lead. The lower ranked player is really holding his own here. Aster just wiped the slate clean, bringing the series back to a dead heat. Everything is on the line as we hit the double digits. Omnic edges ahead, taking a narrow 6-5 late. The lower ranked player is really putting up a fight. We head into the break tied at 6-6. I mean, the high-ranked player is staying steady, but he's not putting anyone away. Both guys looked sharp in their individual bursts, and now it's a complete toss-up. Fresh start for both players here. The resilience is real here as he takes the lead, walking away without a single scratch. He's really playing to his seed right now. Total deadlock now with Aster and Omnic locked at 7. It is a total clash of styles between these two. Omnic just reclaimed the upper hand, pushing it to 8-7. Really surprising to see the rank 34 player controlling the pace. He's completely locked this duel back up, bringing the score level at 8-8. That was a desperate scramble to get this back to a tie. Omnic just sneaks back in front, leading 9-8. He's putting the pressure on after that dominant showing against Zeth. He's showing incredible grit, evening things up again to bring us back to a draw. A lightning fast kill to bring this back to a stalemate. He's completely shifted the tide, securing a lead after refusing to break. He's absolutely on fire right now, putting together another huge round to extend his lead. Another effortless kill for Aster, putting him just one round away from victory. Omnic is showing some serious heart here, picking his opponent off the ramp to keep his hopes alive. A huge clutch for the underdog to keep things interesting. What a conclusion! Aster closes the door and completes an incredible turnaround to win the match. Omnic really pushed him to the limit, but the higher seed just had too much experience to let it slide. What a fight! Welcome to the Berserk League. Zeth and Omnic are heading to duels to see who can take the win today. Zeth currently holds a small lead in their head-to-head history. It's worth noting that Omnic actually took the last meeting between these two quite comfortably. It'll be interesting to see if Zeth can maintain that early lead. Zeth clears the box for a third straight round, completely controlling the pace. The slight favorite is certainly feeling the pressure right now. A quick reaction from Omnic to answer back and cut into that early lead. Exactly the response he needed after those early struggles. Another incredibly crisp exchange as Omnic keeps the pressure high and stays within striking distance. Zeth holds a 2-round cushion as we enter round 6. He's looking much sharper than in that last encounter. Omnic stays strong, claiming another round to narrow this gap to just 1. He's starting to play exactly like the favorite here. Absolutely flawless, Omnic secures the equalizer to bring us back to a dead heat. He simply can't be stopped right now, taking full control of this series with another victory. Zeth reacts first to tie things back up at 5-5. The two of them are virtually identical in rank right now. Omnic is really digging deep here, picking up a huge round with a lightning fast shot. We've got a 6-6 deadlock as we switch sides. Well, this is playing out exactly as the stats predicted. Neither player could hold the lead for long, so it's anyone's game going into the second half. Time to see who blinks first. Zeth manages to edge ahead for a 7-6 advantage. A huge contrast from that narrow loss in their previous set. Unbelievable. That was a complete war of attrition, and Zeth barely escapes with his life. The ranking difference between these two is practically non-existent. He's completely taken over the map, putting together a huge momentum shift here. He is simply on another level right now, claiming a 4th consecutive round without taking a single point of damage. Omnic finally breaks the run, putting a stop to the onslaught. The two of them are practically neck and neck on the ladder. He is continuing to close the gap, putting on a great show of resilience. He's definitely proving why he entered this match as the favorite. He's simply refusing to back down, picking up a 3rd straight round to keep the pressure mounting. He's looking like the much more confident player right now. A rapid reaction from Zeth to hold that slide and secure another round. That's the result Zeth has been fighting for all day. He keeps clawing back into this, staying composed and dangerous as the gap closes. He just completely shuts things down, leveling the score as the comeback continues. He's completely neutralized everything Zeth tried to build. Zeth is just 1 step away from victory after that absolute clinic of a round. What a finish! Zeth closes it out with total authority to take the series. He really dug in to get his revenge after that blowout loss earlier today. Talk about a mental reset. He had to earn every single inch of that win. What a fight! Welcome everyone to the Berserk League. We've got Aster and Zeth facing off on orange to see who comes out on top. Aster carries a massive historical advantage with a 78% head-to-head win rate over Zeth, and honestly, those numbers are usually a great indicator of how these two match up. It'll be interesting to see if Zeth can find a way to disrupt that pattern today. Aster's now holding a slender lead at 2-1. Zeth proved he could do it today with that fast aim victory. Zeth is completely taking over now. He's effectively erased Aster's early lead and has all the momentum. He's definitely looking to build on that win from earlier today. Aster claws back ahead, leading 3-2. The higher rated player is starting to exert his will here. Zeth fights back to keep things dead even. It's proving difficult for the higher ranked player to separate himself early. It's a real toss-up right now. Neither one of them can put together a string of wins to pull away. He's certainly playing with more confidence after that win against Omni. Aster's 27-9 record over the last day shows he's in a completely different gear than Zeth right now. It's clear he's carrying that high level of play into this specific series. We have to see if Zeth can find a way to break this momentum before the lead grows too large. Zeth keeps his composure, absorbing some damage but ultimately securing the kill to close the gap. Aster is really pulling away now with a 7-4 lead. The skill gap is really starting to show as we approach the break. Aster heads into the break with an 8-4 lead. This is basically what we expected to see. His strong 75% win rate on orange is proving to be the difference maker here. Zeth needs to wake up now. Aster stays in the driver's seat at 8-5. A tough spot for the rank 14 seed right now. That's another clean round for Zeth, proving he's not going down without a fight. The momentum is shifting quickly as the gap closes. What a statement. Zeth is completely relentless right now, making it 3 straight. Unreal. He scrapes through a chaotic exchange to tie the match and pushes streak to 4. A complete reset of the board, bringing everything back to square one. Aster puts an end to the surge, trading shots and coming out on top to regain his lead. He's fighting hard to shake off that earlier loss on fast aim. Aster manages a 2-round cushion as we hit 18. It looks like his general superiority over Zeth is starting to hold. He's absolutely on fire, extending his run to 3 straight. He's really starting to assert that rating difference. He just can't stop his momentum, and now the match is finally within his grasp. The pressure is just too much for Zeth to handle right now. Zeth manages to stop the charge and keeps himself in the game. The underdog is showing a lot of grit in this late stretch. Zeth is refusing to let this game slip away, putting up another perfect response to stay alive. He's fighting his way back from a steep deficit. Absolute perfection from Zeth, keeping his streak alive to put massive pressure on the leader. What a finishing touch! Aster secures the final kill to close out the series. Zeth pushed him to the absolute limit, but the higher seed just had a bit more composure when it mattered. What a battle! Welcome to Berserk League duels. We have Aster facing off against Omnic on Mapas to see who takes the win. Aster really owns this specific matchup with a massive historical lead. It's clear he's coming into this with a huge psychological advantage. We have to see if Omnic can actually find a way to break that pattern today. Unbelievable. He barely holds on to the lead, scraping by with a desperate win from the ramp. Aster is just dominating this set, sitting comfortably at 3-1. He's looking very sharp after that 13-11 victory over Zeth. Omnic claws back to make it a tense 3-2. A very gritty performance from the lower ranked player so far. Omnic has all the momentum right now, completely turning the tide to bring us back to a dead heat. He's simply too fast right now, taking total control of the server. He's simply outclassing his opponent right now, extending that impressive streak to 4. He's absolutely unstoppable right now, taking a full 5 in a row. What a fight! Aster claws his way back from a tiny sliver of health to keep the dream alive. He's showing a lot of resolve to keep things competitive. He keeps the pressure on as he heads into the break with a bit of wind in his sails. Just a tiny bit of breathing room as they swap sides. We've got a 6-6 deadlock at the half. I mean, it's surprising to see this so close given the high rating gap between these two. Both players have traded strong streaks, so it's anyone's game now. Fresh start for both. Both players exchanged heavy damage in a chaotic trade, but Aster manages to survive the scrap. He's showing a lot of consistency with these back-to-back wins. A dead heat once more, with Aster tied at 7. Absolute chaos, considering how much the odds favored Aster today. A completely effortless pick for the favorite, reclaiming a slight lead in the score. He's playing exactly to his ranking right now. The momentum is swinging and he's showing incredible tenacity to pull further ahead. Putting a real damper on the challenger's hopes right now. Aster holds a narrow edge now at 9. A gutsy response for someone sitting at rank 36. A total shutdown of the round as he continues to push the advantage with a perfect kill. A comfortably earned lead for the higher seeded player. A close exchange of fire, but he comes out on top to extend the gap. He really knows how to close out the games he's favored in. Omnic is refusing to go quietly, putting up a fierce response here. He's completely locked in, securing that round without taking a single hit. What a finale! Aster fights through the damage to shut the door and secure the victory. Omnic put up a massive fight with that huge run mid-game, but he just couldn't hold the line against that level of experience. Welcome to the league. We have Zeth and Omnic facing off on Italy to see who can hit 13 rounds first. Zeth has traditionally held the upper hand with a 51% win rate in their head-to-head history. It's clear that Omnic is trying to flip that script today by starting aggressively. Let's see if the early lead helps him break a tough streak. Omnic holds a slight edge with a 2-1 lead. That was an incredibly fast exchange. Omnic is really starting to put the pressure on now. Zeth just can't seem to find an answer for those quick picks. Omnic keeps the momentum, stretching his lead to 3-2. The underdog is proving he can trade blows here. Omnic is really rolling now, moving up to 4-2. He's really fighting for his first series win of the day. Zeth just needs one more round like that to tie things up. Omnic really needs to shake off this rough stretch of matches. Zeth fights back, bringing us dead even at 4-4. Omnic is really feeling the weight of those recent losses today. He's completely taken over this game, moving into a 3-round tear. The favorite is starting to look very vulnerable. Omnic reacts first here and cleans up, leveling the series at 5-5. He's fighting a tough stretch today with that 11-25 record. Zeth manages to pull ahead, claiming a 6-5 lead. He's really proving the top side of that rating gap today. We're all square at 6-6 heading into the break. I mean, the slight edge we expected Omnic to have hasn't materialized yet. Both players are fighting tooth and nail to keep this series level. Time to see who blinks first. Omnic claws back into the lead at 7-6. Zeth had a tough exit against Aster right before this match. Zeth equalizes perfectly, making this a dead heat. Neither player is letting the other breathe today. Omnic is starting to pull away here. He's really controlling the pace of the game. Both of these players are fighting through some tough series today. Omnic is putting together a really strong push here, having won 3 of the last 4 rounds. Looking at that 11-25 record he's had today, it feels like he's finally shaken off those early losses. This is exactly the momentum he needs to close things out. He's just totally in control, pushing his advantage to an 11-7 lead. A nice turn of events for the slight favorite. A complete shutdown, and he's now just one step away from ending the game. Zeth is really struggling to find any stability right now. A lightning fast reaction from Zeth to finally halt the slide. He really needs to dig deep if he wants to steal this. Absolutely phenomenal finish by Omnic to close out the series. He really put on a clinic in those final moments, effectively erasing that head-to-head deficit with one huge performance. Welcome to Redline. We have a great matchup today with Aster and Zeth fighting for the win. Aster has won 78% of their career meetings and is currently carrying a very strong day with 28 wins so far. It'll be interesting to see if Zeth can actually shake that trend this time around. We're deadlocked at 1 apiece after that wild exchange. The disparity in their rankings is really starting to surface. Aster pulls ahead, taking a commanding 2-1 lead. Zeth is really feeling the pressure after that tough loss to Omnic. Zeth really held his ground on the ramp there to even things up. It's a huge effort from the lower rated player here. Zeth has clawed back to lead 3-2. Zeth is fighting hard to reverse the usual outcome here. And just like that, Aster levels it at 3-3. His current form looks much more reliable today. Aster just cleans him right off the ramp to keep this momentum rolling. He's certainly making the most of his top tier ranking today. Aster is completely taking over, just picking him off the ramp to take a 2-round lead. Zeth is really struggling to find a way back into this map. Both players landed heavy hits, but Zeth managed to edge out the win. The ranking gap definitely hasn't stopped him from staying in the fight. Absolute chaos as the tally hits 5-all. It's a huge grind for Zeth after that tough defeat earlier today. Aster strikes back to hold a thin 1-round advantage. It's clear that the experience gap is starting to show. We've got a locked set at 6-6 going into the break, and honestly, it's a surprisingly even fight. Zeth is putting up a great resistance despite the low win rate he typically has on this map. Fresh start as we swap sides. Aster reads the play perfectly, picking Zeth right off the ramp to regain control. That's a staggering 338-93 lead in their head-to-head history. Aster is putting the pressure on now, catching Zeth right on the ramp to extend that lead. He's coming in with a lot of confidence after that clean sweep of Omnic earlier. That was a nail-biter, but he manages to close out another one to extend his run. The gap in their current form is on full display. Unreal, he's just impossible to touch right now, extending the streak to 4. He's simply too fast for him, securing a 5th straight victory. Another rapid pick and he is now just 1 round away from the victory. He's playing exactly how the pre-match odds suggested. What a finish! He closes out the match with a flawless burst to seal the series. Zeth kept it competitive early on, but just couldn't hold off that kind of momentum in the end. Welcome to Berserk League. Aster and Omnic are facing off on fast aim to see who takes the win today. What a chaotic opening, both players poured it on, but Aster manages to barely scrape through the finish line. Aster is comfortably in the driver's seat with a 75% win rate in their head-to-head history. It's clear he usually controls this matchup, but Omnic has spent his morning grinding out tough losses to keep himself in the fight. We'll see if he can maintain this early parity. Aster is just relentlessly dominant with the 3-1 lead. Omnic is keeping this very tight. He refuses to let Aster pull away from him early on. Aster's pulling ahead now, leading by a solid 2. He's showing why he sits that much higher on the ladder. Omnic manages to shut him down from the ramp, putting these two right back on even ground. He's fighting for a tough day with only 11 wins so far. Unreal. Aster survives by a hair and manages to knock him off the ramp. He's been in absolute peak form across his last few series. Aster barely maintains his slim one-round advantage. It's a bold effort from the underdog to keep things this competitive. Aster is coming into this specific match on a huge wave of momentum, putting up 29 wins in the last day. That kind of confidence usually means he can close things out quickly once he finds a rhythm. The real test is whether Omnic can actually find a way to disrupt that. Aster is just too quick today, catching Omnic right there on the ramp. He really looks like the clear favorite in this series. Aster heads into the break with a 7-5 lead. Honestly, he's playing exactly how we expected. Omnic is putting up a decent fight, but the rank difference is showing in those crucial moments. Time for a fresh start. Aster is widening the gap to a 3-round lead. He's really flexing that higher ladder position today. Aster is just running away with it now, sitting at 9-5. His rank 14 status is on full display right now. Absolute perfection. He is just outclassing everything Omnic throws at him right now. He's just not letting up. Aster continues his rampage with another clean take. His current form is just night and day compared to his opponent. He's just unstoppable, claiming another victory from the ramp to hit match point. Total lockdown from the favorites right now. And there it is. Aster shuts the door and secures the victory. That's a tough way to end it for Omnic, but he's just been outmatched all afternoon. Welcome everyone, we have Zeth and Omnic facing off in the arena today to see who comes out on top. Zeth holds a slight overall head-to-head lead in this rivalry, but Omnic has a much better feel for the match right now after their previous victory. It's gonna be interesting to see if Zeth can shake off his current cold streak. Omnic is simply too fast, cutting him down off the ramp for another effortless round. The favorite is certainly making his presence felt early on. Unreal, Zeth barely hangs on with a sliver of health to claw one back. He's showing some serious nerves of steel to pull that off. What a response, he is really digging deep to find a way back into this series. The pressure is shifting quickly as this gap closes. Omnic still holds a commanding 2-round lead here. He's definitely playing the role of the favorite here. Zeth has that lower win rate of only 20% in his last 10 outings. It's clear he's carrying that lack of confidence into this series. We're seeing a trend here that makes him look very vulnerable against a player who is simply moving more confidently. A completely untouched round for Zeth to bring the score to 3-6. A bit of redemption for him after that tough loss in their last encounter. Omnic puts the squeeze on Zeth, leading 7-3. It's becoming a nightmare for him today with these results. Omnic is cruising with a massive 8-3 lead. It's tough for him to shake that memory of the Italy loss. Omnic takes a huge 9-3 lead into the break. Honestly, this is a total surprise given how Zeth usually handles this specific map. He needs a serious wake-up call to stay in this game. Time for Zeth to find his rhythm. Omnic stays firmly in control at 9-4. It's worth noting they are practically identical on our rating. Omnic is dominating, pushing his lead to a huge 10-4. The pressure is mounting as the lower seeded side struggles. Omnic is just too sharp right now, leaving Zeth with almost no room to breathe. It's a stark contrast to how Zeth usually dominates this matchup. Absolute perfection from the favorite, who now needs just one more for the victory. Simply too clean in that exchange. What a fight! He clings to a tiny bit of health to secure the final round and close out the game. A huge result for him here, completely shutting down those historical map advantages Zeth usually brings to the table. Welcome to the Berserk League. We have Aster and Zeth facing off on orange, with Aster entering as the clear favorite. Aster enters this one with an incredible 36 record today. He's basically carried every single encounter he's been in so far. It'll be interesting to see if Zeth can actually find a way to disrupt that momentum. Aster's pulling ahead, holding a slim lead right now. Zeth is fighting hard despite being ranked 36 right now. Aster is really putting the pressure on early, refusing to let Zeth get back into this. Aster is dominating a 4-1 lead right now. He's completely in control of this series. Absolutely untouched. Aster keeps his foot on the gas with another quick finish. His historical edge in this matchup is starting to show. Zeth finds the opening from the ramp to finally shut him down. A bit of a relief for him after that tough 6-13 loss earlier. Zeth has really struggled recently, managing only a 20% win rate in his last 10 matches. So yeah, he's lacking the consistency needed to keep up with a player of this caliber. It's becoming a steep hill to climb. Aster's just cruising along with a commanding 7-3 cushion. The gap in their overall win rates is really showing here. Zeth is having a nightmare of a day, but he's still fighting to stay in the game. He's simply outclassing him, mirroring that huge victory in their previous duel. Aster takes an 8-4 lead into the break. I mean, everything here is going exactly as we thought it would. The higher ranked player is just clearly stronger and Zeth is struggling to put up a fight. Let's see if Zeth finds a spark. Aster is just run away with this, sitting at 9-4. He certainly proved himself to be the superior head-to-head opponent. Aster is just relentless, extending his lead to 10-4. Just another day in a very lopsided lifetime history. Zeth is refusing to just fade away, putting up a real fight to keep things interesting. He's certainly not going down without a fight. Aster's just refusing to let Zeth get any real momentum going today. The difference in their historical win rates is truly glaring. Zeth is really fighting back, managing to trade rounds here and prevent Aster from closing this out quickly. He's certainly making the most of his chances here. A clean finish there, and now he is just a single round away from victory. The skill gap is just too wide for him to bridge. What a fight! Aster barely scrapes through that brawl to seal the victory. He just looks completely untouchable right now, and this victory is just more fuel for that insane run he's on today. Welcome to the Berserk League. We have Aster and Omnic facing off on Italy, where the favorite looks strong today. Aster is coming into this with an incredibly strong 36 record over the last day. It's clear he's carrying that confidence into this specific pairing. Now we just have to see if Omnic can find a way to shake that pattern. Aster is just dominating, taking a commanding 2-0 lead. The rating difference between these two is really showing right now. He's completely locked in now, extending the lead to a perfect 3-0 start. Just another effortless round. He is simply untouchable right now. Omnic finally answers back with a clean exchange. It'll take more than one quick round to bridge that rating gap. Unreal, Omnic clings to life by a thread to secure another win and keep this fight alive. The pressure is shifting as he claws back into this. Aster really knows how to dismantle this specific opponent, holding a commanding 75% win rate over their long history. He just put a stop to that brief momentum shift. It's going to be a steep climb for Omnic from here. Aster is pulling away again, leading 6-3. Omnic has had a tough run today, but is showing some fight. Omnic is refusing to go away, taking this one without taking any damage himself. He's showing a surprising amount of poise under this pressure. Aster shuts that door quickly, pushing the lead to 7-4. That's been a brutal day for him with just 11 wins overall. Aster holds a 7-5 lead going into the break. Well, this is exactly how we thought it would go. Aster has used his experience to stay in the driver's seat for the most part. Time to see if the lead holds. Aster keeps the heat up, now leading 8-5. That's just a massive difference in individual skill on display. Aster is putting on a clinic, pushing the gap to 9-5. He's consistently outclassing the field today. He's just too fast for him, putting together a strong run and extending the lead to 10-5. Omnic gets a quick look and takes the round. He's certainly making it a fight despite being ranked 34th. Aster stays comfortably ahead, firmly controlling the 10-7 pace. He's on fire right now. That's a third straight for Omnic as he continues this charging run. Simply incredible. He has completely shifted the tide, taking 4 straight to bring the score within a single round. What a fight! Both players were trading heavy shots, but he manages to survive the chaos and force a tie. Aster finally regains some ground, halting that run with a quick exchange. His higher ladder ranking is starting to pull him back in. And he's done it! Omnic has completely erased that deficit, bringing us dead even at 11-all. He snaps back into the lead with an incredibly fast reaction. He's showing why he entered this match as the heavy favorite. Absolutely phenomenal. He closes it out right here to secure the victory. Omnic really pushed him to the limit there, but those few critical errors at the end just cost him everything. He had to work for that. Welcome everyone! Zeth and Omnic are stepping onto dunes for this match, with Omnic entering as the slight favorite. Zeth has historically held the edge in this matchup with 248 total wins. But that historical dominance is feeling very distant right now, given how struggling he's been lately. It's going to take a massive shift in confidence to turn this around. Omnic is really starting to run away with this. Zeth has completely flipped the script here, erasing that early lead and locking in a fast lead of his own. He is simply untouchable right now, walking away from this exchange completely unscathed. A total reversal from how their last map went. Omnic responds immediately, bringing us right back to a dead heat. It's a toss-up now, completely ignoring the previous blowout. Zeth claws back the lead with a narrow 4-3 edge. Both of these players have had a rough run today. Zeth is struggling hard across the board, having gone 12-23 over the last day. It's quite a surprise to see him finding this level of consistency in the middle of a rough stretch. The question now is if he can keep this momentum going long enough to take the series. Zeth's firmly in control, holding a 2-round cushion. He's definitely making up for that last defeat on Blame map. The gap is widening here, and Zeth is looking like a completely different player than we've seen all day. Zeth takes a 7-5 lead into the break. I mean, he's totally defied the odds here. Coming off that terrible 20% win rate in his last 10, he's playing with far more confidence than we expected. Let's see if Omnic can answer back. Zeth is just cruising along with an 8-5 lead. The momentum has shifted since their last encounter on Blame map. Omnic keeps the pressure on, finding a clean way to close that gap. He's staying aggressive and keeping the scoreline manageable. He's showing some real grit here, continuing his climb to keep the deficit to just a single round. Absolutely incredible. He's just completely erased that deficit and brought us back to a tie. He answers right back, reclaiming the lead after that tough stretch. That was a lightning fast trade to get back on top. Zeth is really starting to lean into this momentum, using that high ground to put some serious distance between them. A lightning fast reaction to put him right back on top with three in a row. He's just too fast, moving to a 4-round streak and putting himself in a position to end this right now. What a performance! He closes out the final round without taking a single point of damage to seal the victory. He's completely rewritten the narrative for his day. What a way to bounce back from those brutal losses earlier this afternoon. Welcome to the Berserk League. Aster and Zeth are stepping onto mappas today, with Aster looking like the strong favorite. Aster enters this fight with a crushing head-to-head advantage, having won nearly 80% of their encounters. It's clear that this particular matchup has historically been a nightmare for Zeth. We just have to see if he can finally break this pattern. Zeth is showing a lot of grit early on, quickly dealing with Aster on the ramp to keep this close. He's fighting against some heavy odds given the ranking difference. We're all squared up now, with Aster and Zeth tied. He's really stepping up to challenge that top 15 ranking. Absolutely effortless, he's completely taken over the map now. He's turning the tide completely since that last encounter. That was a fast recovery, bringing the score back to a deadlock. Zeth manages to edge ahead with a narrow 4-3 lead. The gap in their ratings is certainly not showing right now. Aster entered the day on an incredible run of form with a 36-game winning streak. He's never looked this vulnerable in a series. It'll be interesting to see if Zeth can maintain this momentum after a historically difficult run of results. A pristine shot to keep the momentum moving in his favor. It's a relief for the higher seeded player to finally hold his ground. He's digging deep to claw back into this, keeping his side in the fight before the break. He's starting to look like the competitor we expected today. We go into the break tied at 6-all. Honestly, Aster is holding his own as we'd expect, given the rankings. Zeth has proved he can hang with him for now, but the top seed looks steady. Let's see who blinks first. Zeth holds a slim lead at 7-6. That was a quick reaction to reclaim the lead. It's quite a shift from that last 13-6 result between them. A lightning fast reflex there, and he's fully recovered the ground to bring us back to a draw. Zeth is just refusing to let this slip, holding his ground from the ramp to push the lead. Aster secures another one from the ramp, continuing this impressive rally back into the match. He is showing serious resolve now, taking the lead for the first time since the start. The confidence is clearly returning to his game. He's absolutely on fire now, moving within 2 rounds of the finish line. The higher ranked player is finally putting his skill on display. Unbelievable! He just clears the ramp for another round, extending that streak to 4 straight. This is exactly why the experts had him as the overwhelming pick. Zeth shuts that down immediately, showing a lot of heart to hold the momentum. Zeth proves he can trade blows with the higher seed. A complete shutdown of the round, leaving the higher seed just a single point from victory. A fast exchange to put him back in control. Zeth just refuses to go away, securing a clean finish to keep this match alive. What a way to close it out! He wipes Zeth off the ramp to complete an incredible rally and take the series. Zeth put up a fight and really pushed his luck, but that experience finally paid off in the end. He had to work for that. Welcome to the Berserk League. We've got a fast aim showdown today between Aster and Omnic. Aster enters this series with a staggering 36 record over the last day. It's clear he's carrying an immense amount of confidence into this duel. Considering the historical gap between these two, Omnic really needs to find a way to disrupt this rhythm early. Omnic is putting on a surprising show here, taking a lead after picking Aster off the ramp. A surprising start for someone sitting 35th on the ladder. He just dismantled him off that ramp, keeping the streak rolling to 3. It's a complete reversal of their usual head-to-head trend. Aster gets his first round back, shutting down that momentum swing. It's a different story than that 13-11 battle they just had together. Aster is playing that height perfectly, taking control from the ramp to level the score. Omnic is really fighting an uphill battle tonight. What a shot! He's just completely untouchable right now, securing his 3rd straight round. Omnic just secured a clean kill to bring the series back to a dead heat. He's really stepping up despite being in the bottom 10 of our rating. Aster edges ahead, claiming a narrow 1-round lead. It's a tough afternoon for Omnic, who struggled in most of his matches today. Aster has really owned this rivalry with a 75% win rate over their 500 matches together. The gap in their general consistency is just showing up in the server. Omnic will need to make a big adjustment if he wants to stay competitive. Aster leads 8-4 heading into the break. I mean, everything is playing out exactly as the ratings predicted. He's in a strong position, and Omnic just needs a few more quick rounds to stop the bleeding. Let's see how these sides swap. Aster holds a comfortable 3-round cushion now. Quick reaction there to keep the pressure on. A huge effort for a player sitting 35th in the ranks. Aster is really pulling away now, leading 9-5. He's really showing that class difference throughout this set. These last 2 rounds were just instant. Aster is simply too quick for him right now. He looks completely in control after his recent clash with Zeth. He puts on a clinic from the ramp, quickly extending this streak to 3. Another effortless burst from the frontrunner, leaving him just 1 step away from victory. And there it is! A final burst of aggression secures the match for Aster! He was just way too crisp today. Omnic tried his best to keep up, but the skill gap was obvious. Welcome everyone to the Berserk League. We've got Zeth and Omnic facing off on orange for this match. Zeth holds a slim lead in the head-to-head record with a 51% win rate over his opponent. He's coming into this game after a tough series of matches and looks a bit shaken. Let's see if he can reclaim that historical advantage. Omnic is starting to pull away with a 2-1 lead. Zeth seems to be remembering how to handle this rival. Zeth has completely flipped the script here, turning a deficit into a lead in just 2 rounds. A mirror image of the match they just played on Dooms. The pressure is clearly on his opponent as he secures another win to keep this run going. Omnic answers back immediately, bringing the map right back to a dead heat. Both players are fighting for a brutal day in the server. Zeth edges ahead, taking a narrow 4-free command. Looking at a really rough day for both competitors so far. Zeth's run of form is a stark contrast to the rest of his day. You know, he's managed to secure 2 straight wins in this set, despite having a tough time across his other matches. This is a huge momentum swing for a player who has struggled so much recently. A completely different story now, and he's just pushed his advantage to a 4-round streak. He's just untouchable right now, taking another round to extend that lead. His opponent is really struggling to find any answers tonight. Zeth takes a commanding 9-3 lead into the break. Well, we expected a close fight given how similar their stats are, but Zeth is simply outclassing him right now. Omnic needs a total reset to stay in this. Zeth is just cruising now with a 10-3 lead. The underdog is completely falling apart under the pressure. Absolute chaos there. He barely manages to scrape through that exchange alive to take another one. He's just 1 step away now, walking right into match point. A brutal reality check for the supposed favorite. What a statement performance. Zeth closes the door on this series in style. He just completely dominated that set. Omnic couldn't keep up with that kind of pace. Welcome to the stream. Aster and Zef are heading to Italy for this match, though Aster enters as the clear favorite. Aster enters this fight with an incredible 36 record over the last day. That kind of form makes him nearly impossible to shake right now. He's already secured the first round, so the pressure is firmly on Zef to find a way to break this momentum. Absolutely overpowering. He's just completely shut down Zef to start this game. Zeth shows some real grit here, managing to get back on the board. It's a tough spot for the underdog, but he's not going down without a fight. Zeth is putting up a serious fight, securing his second consecutive round to keep the pressure on. Aster holds a solid 4-2 lead as we reset. Zeth's rank of 35 means he's fighting an uphill battle today. Aster has won a staggering 79% of their career head-to-heads. So yeah, that historical weight is clearly pressing down on Zeth. He managed a short burst of success, but the momentum is shifting right back to the top seed. Zeth is refusing to back down, shutting the door quickly to trim the gap. Zeth looks a lot more comfortable now after starting the match slow. Aster is pulling away again, leading 6-3. He's in a frightening amount of form right now. Aster is dominating, firmly in control at 7-3. He's practically teleporting into these wins, just completely shutting Zeth down. Aster takes a commanding 9-3 lead into the break. I mean, it's hard to argue with the numbers right now. He's playing exactly like the top seed we expected him to be on this map. Time to see if Zeth recovers. Aster is simply relentless, pushing his lead to 10-3. Zeth has been struggling in a lot of his series today. Zeth barely claws one back, leaving him trailing 10-4. That was an incredibly fast kill to reset the pace. Aster is just moving too fast for Zeth, consistently getting those shots off first. Zeth is really trying to carve out some breathing room here, but he's still got a mountain to climb. That was light work. Aster puts himself in a position to finish this right now. Unbelievable finish! Aster closes out the map with a completely untainted final round. He's just completely in a different league right now, and he's definitely not letting that head-to-head dominance go anywhere. Welcome everyone to Redline. We've got Aster and Omnic facing off, with the favorite looking to keep a strong streak alive. Aster has a dominant history here, winning about 75% of their head-to-head encounters. It's a massive contrast to the current score. We have to see if Omnic can actually put this together and carve out an upset. What a scrap! Omnic manages to clutch it out and pull Aster right off the ramp. A surprising shift for the lower rated player in this series. What a fight! Both players poured it all into that exchange, but Omnic somehow walked away alive. Absolute chaos for the favorite to be struggling this much. Omnic is smelling blood now, leading 3-2. This looks much more like the player who has dominated their head-to-head history. Omnic's on fire now, pushing that lead to 4-2. He's definitely shaking off those recent losses. Aster is quickly closing the gap and refusing to let Omnic pull away too far. Aster's back in it. We're completely deadlocked at 4-all. He's definitely coming into this with a lot of confidence after a strong day. Omnic takes the lead again, moving ahead 5-4. He's really making a case for himself today, despite the odds. This match is a complete toss-up right now, regardless of what the rankings suggest. Aster fights back to snatch a slim one-round lead. He's been incredibly consistent across his matches today. We're all square at 6 apiece heading into the break. I mean, this is actually a pretty close start given Aster has won 10 of his last 10. He just needs to tighten things up on the switch to secure the win. Time to see who blinks first. Aster takes the lead back and holds a thin advantage. The gap in their ratings is definitely starting to play a role. Total parity now as we hit a 7-7 deadlock. The lower seed is really digging in today. Both of them went for the same line there, and Aster just had the faster reaction. That's a brutal stretch of losses for him today. Omnic has a rough day so far with a negative 11-25 record in the last 24 hours. You can tell he's fighting an uphill battle against the momentum Aster has built up today. Now the pressure is really on for him to find a way back into this. Aster is simply outclassing his opponent right now, picking up another effortless round. Aster just cannot be stopped, moving his tally to 12 and putting himself in a position to end this right now. What an absolute crush! Aster finishes strong to sweep the final stretch and take the victory. He just couldn't keep up with those lightning fast reactions. Omnic fought hard early, but that final stretch was just too much. Welcome everyone to Mapas. We have Zeth and Omnic facing off today to see who can reach 13 rounds first. Zeth leads their head-to-head matchup with a count of 250 wins. He's clearly confident coming into this after crushing Omnic in their most recent meeting. Now it's a matter of whether he can carry that momentum through this entire series. A complete shutout so far, and he just can't be stopped. He's really capitalizing on a rough day for the other side. He's absolutely untouchable right now, walking away from that engagement without a scratch. Omnic really needs to shake off the frustration from his previous losses. Finally, a round in his favor to keep this match competitive. Both of these players are struggling a bit today, barely crossing 10 wins. Unbelievable, he hangs on by a thread to secure his second straight win. Absolute nerves of steel to survive another fight with such low health. He's just not slowing down, racking up another victory to tighten the grip on this game. Absolute madness. He has completely flipped the script and leveled this match. The momentum has completely shifted back to the other side. The surge continues as he secures his 5th straight, finally taking the overall lead. Zeth converts from the ramp to bring the score level at 5-all. Hard to believe we're back to a dead heat after that run. He keeps the pressure high, showing incredible grit as we approach the break. Omnic is looking sharp as he takes control of the board. We're all squared up at 6-6. I mean, this is exactly the kind of toss-up we expected. Both players traded huge momentum swings to keep this dead even heading into the second half. Fresh start for both players now. Omnic finds his mark from the container, showing some real tenacity in this comeback effort. He's definitely not letting the higher ranked player walk away with this. Another effortless finish here, and he's now firmly in control of the server. He tracks him perfectly and pulls the trigger, knocking Zeth right off the boxes. He's just refusing to give an inch in this series. He is just on fire, picking up another one to put himself in the driver's seat. The momentum is looking similar to that blowout he had over Silas last week. Zeth answers back with a crisp headshot to get another round on the board. It's a closely matched pair with almost identical ratings today. A grueling exchange of fire that ends in his favor, showing some real resilience to climb back into this. He's clearly remembering that dominant 13-4 victory from their last outing. He's on a tear now, securing his 3rd straight in a flash to keep this fight alive. Omnic is showing incredible heart, quickly securing his lead after that early deficit. He's definitely proving why he's the higher seed tonight. What a performance. He just needs a single round now to put this whole match away. He's truly looking every bit the favorite right now. What a turnaround. Omnic closes it out to secure the victory. He really played his heart out tonight, but it's just great to see the underdog climb back into this rivalry. Welcome everyone to Fast Aim. Aster is looking strong today, but Zeph is here to try and pull off an upset. Aster is coming in with a massive amount of momentum, especially with that 11-game win streak. He's clearly in a different gear today compared to Zeph, who struggled quite a bit in his last few sets. It will be tough for the underdog to find an opening here. Aster's just a hair ahead, leading 2-1. Zeth is definitely fighting for his life against the top 15. The pace is picking up, and those quick reactions are favoring Aster right now. The historical gap between these two is immense. Aster is just dominating this set, sitting comfortably at 4-1. Aster is completely taking over, shutting the door on any hope for a comeback. This is proving to be another tough day for Zed. Unbelievable precision from Aster, who just completely broke the spirit of his opponent. The gap in their ratings is really starting to show. Aster claims the upper hand from the ramp to extend his surge to 5 straight. He's certainly living up to the expectations of the favorite today. Finally, a response from Zeth, who finds his mark from the ramp. He's definitely feeling the pressure of that massive head-to-head deficit. A rapid exchange on the ramp, and Aster comes out on top to keep his lead. Zeth has had a brutal run through the servers today. Aster is sitting on a really impressive 31-5 record over the last 24 hours. It is just an incredible level of consistency from him today. Zeth looks completely overwhelmed by that pace, and he really needs to find some composure to stay in this series. Aster takes a commanding 9-3 lead into the break. The outcome is exactly what we anticipated. Zeth just can't keep up with the raw speed Aster is bringing to the server today. Zeth is holding his ground from the ramp, putting a bit of pressure back on the frontrunner. It is a tough climb for someone ranked 36th on the ladder. Aster is just cruising along with a 10-4 lead. The gap between their career win rates is quite stark. Aster is just a step ahead on the trigger, making this a very quick process. The gap in the all-time win rates is simply too wide here. Aster completely dismantles that effort on the ramp, and now he is just one round away from victory. Zeth quickly finds his target and wipes him off the ramp. A sharp response that stops the bleeding for a moment. What a finish! Aster secures the victory with that final kill off the bricks. Just a totally one-sided affair from start to finish, and he continues to look untouchable in this tournament. Welcome to the Berserk League. Esther and Omnic are facing off on Dunes, with Esther entering the match as the heavy favorite. Esther is currently on a tear with a 12-win streak, and honestly, it makes total sense seeing how he's played in his recent matches today. It'll be a tough road for Omnic to find an opening if this level of precision continues. Esther is playing it safe with the height advantage, picking up another quick win from that box. Omnic struggling to keep up with the 13th ranked player. What a comeback! Omnic has finally leveled things up. The underdog is definitely fighting back from that previous red line defeat. Esther regains the lead, pushing it to 3-2. His 31-5 record today is looking more and more accurate. These opening rounds are moving so quickly, just absolute snapshots from both players. Omnic is showing some serious grit, managing to pick Esther off right from his perch. The gap in their lifetime win rates is clearly starting to narrow. The head-to-head history here is staggering, with Esther holding a huge lead in their lifetime matches. It's a mental hurdle for Omnic to overcome, especially since he's already dropped a set to this opponent earlier today. He'll need a serious shift in momentum to close this gap. Esther is pulling away now, leading 6-4. He is consistently performing like a top 15 player today. Omnic has to find an answer quickly, or he's going to be staring at a double-digit lead for Esther. Esther takes the 8-4 lead into the break. Well, everything is going exactly as predicted here. Omnic is holding his own in a few skirmishes, but Esther's sheer skill advantage is keeping him comfortably on top. Fresh start for both guys now. Esther extends his cushion to 8-5 after that exchange. He's showing he can hold his own against the upper half of the ladder. Both players traded heavy damage, but Omnic managed to outlast him for another round. He's really starting to claw back into this game. Esther answers back immediately, moving the score to 9-6. That was a total shutdown. He's proving that early deficit isn't going to stop him. A clean exchange there to keep the pressure on. He's keeping the pressure on, refusing to let Esther pull away with the lead. The pressure is really shifting now. Unbelievable! He completely wipes out the lead and forces a dead heat at 9-9. Esther answers back with a quick pick from the box to reclaim the lead. Absolutely flawless. Omnic shuts him down completely to bring the score level. Everything that made Esther the favorite has vanished from the server. He's truly relentless right now, barely breaking a sweat to take a commanding lead. It is practically a coin flip now. Neither player is letting the other hold the lead for more than a single round. Another clean burst for Esther, and he's officially just one step from victory. And that is it. Esther closes out the match with a perfect finish. He really looked like he was about to pull off the upset for a moment there, but just didn't have that final push. What a battle. Welcome to the Berserk League. Zef and Omnic are facing off on orange to see who comes out on top. Zef actually holds a slim lead with 250 total wins over Omnic in their long history, but is really fighting an uphill battle today. Looking at the current form, he's barely scraping by with a 10-25 record over the last day, while Omnic seems slightly more stable. It'll be interesting to see if the veteran edge helps him recover.
Omnic is riding a wave, leading the series 2-1.
Both players are fighting through a tough run of results today. We are back to a dead heat. Neither of these guys can seem to pull away today.
The ladder gap is negligible between these two. Omnic is just one step closer to shutting this down.
The rivalry continues after that tight clash on Mappas earlier today.
Absolute deadlock. Now, we've got a 3, all stalemate.
Zef is proving his head-to-head dominance today. The speed of these exchanges is crazy. That last round was virtually instantaneous.
He is really putting that win on Mappas to good use.
Omnic has a high volume of experience here, having played over 200 matches on this map. And he's clearly leveraging that familiarity to keep Zef on the defensive. The pressure is mounting on the veteran to find a solution before this spirals. Total control from the favorite, now extending the streak to 4. He is simply untouchable right now, continuing a brutal run just as we approach the mid-game break. Omnic takes a healthy lead heading into the break at 8-4. Well, the match was expected to be a toss-up, but that 5-round streak of his really flipped the momentum in this first half. Time for Zeth to wake up.
Zeth finally finds a spark, narrowing the gap to 8-5. The gap between them on our rating is almost non-existent.
He's really putting up a fight, taking another clean round to keep this comeback alive. Coming into the day, Zef's overall experience against this guy is huge. He's completely shifted the energy of this set, strolling to a 3-round burst.
Omnic stops that momentum cold with a sharp response. Neither player is really finding their footing today.
Unbelievable, he survives by a thread, clawing out a win with just 8 health left. That was an absolute nail-biter of an exchange. He's back in the driver's seat now, stringing together a very strong run to close out the distance.
Zeth is really struggling to find his usual form in this one. Zeth lands a clean shot to stop the momentum. Just trying to claw back from that Mappas deficit.
Omnic is practically touching the finish line after that effortless exchange.
Zeth needs to dig deep for a miracle recovery here.
A huge response here to stave off the pressure, keeping the dream alive.
The experience advantage is finally starting to surface for Zeth.
What a finish! Omnic secures the final kill to close out the series. He's really starting to close that gap in their head-to-head history, showing some serious consistency across both these maps today. Welcome to the red line map. Aster and Zeth are ready to face off to see who can reach 13 rounds first. Aster has a massive lead in their lifetime head-to-head records. It makes sense, since he's also coming into this match on a long win streak. We have to see if Zeth can actually find a way to keep this early lead. Zeth is putting a serious dent in Aster's confidence. The rank gap between them is usually apparent by now. Zeth is really putting on a show right now, taking complete control of the early game. Aster manages to dig Zeth out of that ramp position, keeping things very close early on. The skill ceiling really shows when he starts adjusting to the pace. Zeth is on the ropes now as Aster keeps the pressure high with another fast round from the ramp. He's definitely the more experienced one of the two. He's absolutely locked in now, scoring another easy point to push the lead. His recent form is just unbelievable, staying perfect over his last attempt. He's just unstoppable right now, marking his 4th consecutive victory. The rating difference is becoming very clear as this match unfolds. Absolutely ruthless, he's now cruised to 5 straight victories to firmly grip this lead. What a read! He just shut down the momentum and proves he's not going away quietly. The favorite is starting to look a bit shaky here. Aster's recent numbers are frankly staggering, having gone 31-5 over the last 24 hours. It really shows why he looks so comfortable in this particular map. The big question is if Zeth can find a way to disrupt this momentum before the half. Aster holds a 7-5 lead heading into the break. I mean, it's a narrow gap, but the top seed is largely in control. He's simply outplaying Zeth as we expected based on that 79% head-to-head win rate. Aster is just too fast for him, quickly picking Zeth off the ramp to pull even further ahead. Zeth really needs to find some answers quickly. Aster just catches him right on the ramp, really capitalizing on this momentum swing. His consistency throughout the day has been a sight to see. Aster is dominating now, pulling ahead to a 9-6 lead. He's really fighting an uphill battle against a top 15 opponent. Zeth just can't find a safe spot, as Aster picks him right off the ramp again. His opponent is really feeling the weight of those poor recent results. It feels like the tide is completely against Zeth right now. The sheer depth of his experience in these long-term duels is showing. Another flawless exchange, and now Aster is just a single round away from the victory. Game over! Aster closes it out with a fierce exchange to secure the victory. He's just too sharp today, looking completely untroubled throughout this entire series on Redline. Welcome everyone! Esther and Omnic are facing off in the arena today, with Esther entering as the heavy favorite. Esther has a massive historical advantage with a 75% win rate over his opponent. And considering he just took a series from Omnic earlier today, he really should have the mental edge here. It'll be interesting to see if he can shake off this slow start. Omnic's really putting the pressure on, leading 2-1. The gap between them on the ladder is huge. Neither player can seem to build any momentum right now. We are seeing a complete stalemate. It's a clean slate now as they head into round 5. Omnic keeps pulling ahead, now sitting at a 3-2 lead. That's a rough start for a player, usually ranked in the top 15. Omnic is just dominating, extending his lead to 4-2. That's a surprising shift for someone sitting at rank 35. Absolutely untouchable right now. That's a 3-round streak for Omnic. Hard to believe based on the typical gap in their ratings. A gorgeous response from Esther, who just shut that momentum swing right down. Just needed to find some stability to get back into this. Aster is showing real grit here, cleaning up the exchange in less than a second. He's fighting back hard to close this gap. What a scramble. Both were nearly depleted, but Omnic managed to scrape through that exchange. He is really fighting against the tide today. He's finding his footing now, taking a quick round to keep this close as we approach the break. A much needed result to keep the pressure high. We're all square at 6-6 heading into the break. I mean, Aster had the target on his back and he's managed to hold his ground. It's a surprising level of resistance from the underdog so far. Time to swap sides? That was total perfection. He strolls into the lead and looks completely unfazed. Omnic is starting to look completely overwhelmed by that sheer skill gap. He continues to surge forward, refusing to let his opponent find any rhythm. His composure right now is exactly what we expect from a top 15 seed. A complete blowout of a round as he just refuses to let up now. He's simply outclassing everyone in the server right now. He's just on fire right now, securing his 4th straight win to build a significant cushion. He's asserting himself just as we expected from the seed difference. A quick reflex win for Omnic to get back on the board. He is simply refusing to quit, shutting down the opposition to reach a commanding 11-7 lead. What a turnaround! He manages to survive that chaotic exchange to put himself one step away from victory. Unbelievable! Aster completes the climb and seals the victory. He just keeps stacking up these wins today. It's getting scary to see how comfortably he's cruising through this bracket. Welcome to the Berserk League. Zeph and Omnic are stepping onto fast aim for a tight battle to see who wins. Omnic gets a nice start here, using the ramp to secure that first opening. It's been a rough stretch for Zeph lately, especially with that 5-game slide. Omnic is looking very sharp right now, quickly picking up a lead with another win from the ramp. He's simply too fast right now, extending the gap to 3 rounds. He's really capitalizing on Zeph's tough run of form lately. He's absolutely taking over this series, finishing the round without taking a single hit. His lead in the overall head-to-head matchup is slipping away. Zeph finally answers back, clawing back around to stay in the fight. He's really putting that historical head-to-head advantage to work. Omnic is making a habit of using that elevation to secure the round quickly. Zeph is showing some real persistence, picking up a quick win from the ramp to keep things interesting. That's an interesting shift for the lower ranked player in this set. Zeph is refusing to go away, putting together a strong sequence to close the gap. He's definitely playing with a lot more confidence now. Omnic has already beaten Zeph once today, taking a firm 13-9 win on Orange. That previous victory seems to be fueling his confidence in this set. It will be interesting to see if he can maintain this lead into the second half. Unbelievable. Omnic claws back from the edge of defeat to take the round, surviving with just 10 health. Talk about a nail-biter for that one. Omnic holds a solid 8-4 lead heading into the switch. I mean, it's no surprise he's in the driver's seat given Zed's poor form over the last 24 hours. He just needs to stay steady to close this out. Time to see some fireworks. Omnic is putting a chokehold on this with a 9-4 lead. The ranking barely separates these two on the ladder. Omnic is making things look easy from that ramp, really putting the pressure on Zeph right now. He seems to have Zeph's number today. Omnic tried to hold the window, but Zeph was too quick from the ramp. These two are really battling for every inch of ground tonight. Zeph just takes him right off the ramp, keeping this momentum shift moving forward. He's really fighting through that bottom tier ranking right now. He is absolutely flying right now, taking another effortless round for himself. He's just untouchable right now, cleaning up another round to put a serious dent in the lead. Omnic catches him right off the ramp to put another round on the board. The higher rated man is really starting to assert his will here. A complete shutdown for Omnic, putting the pressure squarely on Zeth. A quick return to form for the favorite. What a finish! Omnic shuts the door on the series and claims the victory. He's moving on with a second straight win over this opponent. Zeth's just been unable to find any answers today. Welcome to Berserk League. We've got Aster and Zeph facing off on Mepis, with Aster entering as the clear favorite today. Unreal. Zeph barely walks away from that fight, managing to shut him down on the ramp. A shocking start for the 13th ranked guy on the ladder. Aster has a massive head-to-head advantage of 344 wins over Zeph, showing just how one-sided this rivalry usually is. It's clear the momentum has completely flipped for this specific set. The real test will be if Zeph can maintain this level of play against a player of Aster's caliber. We're deadlocked at 2 apiece as they reset. The top 13 seed is starting to find his footing. Zeph is putting on a clinic right now, putting a lot of pressure on the higher seed. Another tie. We've got a complete stalemate at 3-all. Aster pulls ahead, reclaiming a narrow lead at 4-3. He's certainly making a case for that top 15 ranking. Both these players are refusing to let the other take control of the series. It's quite the turn of events considering his recent losses. Aster holds a slim edge as we hit round 9. He's certainly putting that dominant 32-4 daily run to use. Zeth has fought back, leaving us tied at 5. Absolute deadlock between these two as we move into the 11th. Zeth is really rolling now, picking up his 3rd straight win to push the advantage. Looking at the ladder, he's really playing above his usual rank tonight. Zeth holds a 7-5 lead as we head into the break. I mean, it's rare to see this specific matchup go this way. He's completely defying the 79% head-to-head win rate Aster usually holds over him. Time to swap sides. Zeth closes the gap to lead at 7-6. Coming into today, he's looking much sharper than his last few outings. Zeth is currently struggling with an 8-28 record across his matches today, and honestly, that makes this current lead even more impressive given the odds. He is fighting against the tide in a way we haven't seen from him in a long time. Now the question is whether he can actually close the door on this. What a scramble. He barely survives that exchange to even the series up at 8-8. He's definitely looking to keep that flawless 10-game run intact. Zeth just inches ahead, taking a 9-8 lead. He's really shaking off that string of losses from earlier today. Pure chaos as Aster levels the playing field at 9 apiece. He really seems to have the upper hand in these types of matches. Aster is really starting to build some scary momentum here as he pushes for the finish. Zeth is really fighting an uphill battle against the top tier opponent. Good heavens, Zeth claws back the lead with a brutal trade that left him on the brink of death. Stunning resilience from the number 36 seed in this series. Absolutely wild. Both players were shredded in that exchange, but Zeth somehow scrapes through with a sliver of health. He's just refusing to go down today. Unbelievable. He clutches out a nail-biter with the smallest bit of health left to lock this game up at 11-all. He's completely neutralizing that recent surge. Zeth just stepped up and completely shuts the door on any comeback attempt. That was an incredibly fast cleanup to take the lead. What a finish to regulation. Aster answers back perfectly to force an overtime battle. Total chaos as this match reaches an absolute fever pitch. Aster is looking incredibly sharp right now, taking total control of the momentum shift. He has the upper hand across almost every statistical category here. Aster is simply untouchable right now, walking away with his 3rd consecutive round. He really looks comfortable against an opponent ranked outside the top 30. A completely effortless round as he extends the lead to 15-12. This really feels like a textbook showing from the higher seed. Incredible, Aster storms through the finish line to secure the victory. He really had to dig deep in the late game to secure that one, but he kept his composure in overtime. Zed fought like a lion today. What a match! Welcome to the Berserk League. Aster and Omnic are facing off on Dunes to see who takes the win today. Aster enters this series riding a 16-win streak, and that momentum clearly extends to this specific rivalry where he dominates their head-to-head. It will be tough for Omnic to find any answers if that trend holds through the first half. He's absolutely taking over early, claiming another round with total ease. He just shuts everything down, picking his opponent off the box to move into a commanding lead. He's just completely shut out the opposition, extending that run to 5 straight. This looks like another one-sided affair for the favorite. A total rout with that 6th straight win, putting Omnic in a deep hole. Unbelievable pace. He just can't be stopped right now. That gap in the ladder is becoming very apparent here. He's simply in a class of his own right now, taking an 8th straight victory. He's really punishing those gaps in the ladder right now. Absolutely crushing it. He's now sitting on 9 straight wins. He's just completely outmatched him throughout the day. Wait, he actually manages to fight back. Omnic secures his first round of the game. The lower ranked player is finally starting to show some life. Aster's historical performance against Omnic is incredibly skewed, with a 75% win rate across their encounters. Well, the current score reflects that dominance almost perfectly. We just need to see if Omnic can actually sustain any momentum from that single round he managed to steal. Aster takes a massive 11-1 lead into the break. Honestly, this is exactly what the books predicted. Aster is putting on a clinic today and looks far too strong for his opponent. What a rapid exchange. And he is now just one step away from a victory. A quick return to form for him after that fluke. A gritty fight here as Omnic edges it out in a high damage trade. He's finally showing he can hold his own in these gunfights. Another sharp response from Omnic to stay in this fight. He's suddenly looking a lot more comfortable in these exchanges. What a nail-biter for the finale, but Aster digs deep to secure the map. He's just too consistent right now, extending that monster streak to another victory today. Welcome everyone! Zeth and Omnic are facing off on Redline today to see who can climb the ranks. Zeth comes out swinging, picking Omnic right off the ramp to open things up. A huge shift for the lower rated player to start strong like this. Omnic looks sharp on those high ground angles and quickly levels the score. It's an interesting battle given Zeth's lifelong lead in their head-to-head. Omnic is just continuing to outpace him, taking another quick victory from the ramp. Zeth reads the angle perfectly and shuts down Omnic's attempt to hold that ramp. The underdog in this series is fighting back. Zeth keeps the momentum, putting him up 3-2. It's quite a turnaround, considering Zeth is coming off a tough 7-loss slide. What a wild scrap on the ramp, but Omnic just barely came out on top to keep things dead even. Neither of these players has had a particularly easy run today. Omnic has reclaimed the lead, now sitting at 4-3. The higher rated player is starting to exert some control. What a battle! Omnic manages to clear him off the Tetris and survives by a thread. He's starting to look like the favorite in this pairing. Zeth strikes back quickly to narrow the gap. He's definitely showing some grit after that tough stretch earlier today. Everything is back to square one at 5 apiece. His performance today has been quite a climb after those 8 losses. Omnic holds a slim 1-round advantage now. He's certainly looking for a repeat of that 13-8 result. We've got a dead heat at 6-6. And honestly, this is exactly the kind of bloodbath we expected. Zeth is proving he can hold his own despite that brutal 7-game losing streak he's been fighting through. Let's see who finds their rhythm first. Omnic catches Zeth right as he tries to push the ramp, keeping this match tight. Both of these guys have had a rough slide today. Absolute chaos here as Zeth and Omnic tie it up at 7. It's almost a mirror image of their historic clash. Omnic edges ahead just as we hit round 15. A clean exchange there to put him back in the driver's seat. Zeth holds his ground on the ramp to get this deadlock right back to an even split. The gap between these two on the ladder is virtually non-existent. Zeth claws back to a 9-8 lead. That was a lightning-fast exchange to take the lead. He is completely outclassing his opponent right now, putting up a huge lead. Zeth absolutely takes control, picking his opponent off the ramp to keep this run going. The lower seed is definitely asserting himself in this series. Omnic refuses to go quietly, securing a clean kill to narrow the gap. Needed a big stand there to keep the game alive. A fierce exchange where both players landed several shots, but Omnic proves too stubborn to quit. A huge swing in momentum for him here. He's on fire. Omnic secures a 3rd straight round to bring this entire set back to a draw. He's simply refusing to let up, strolling right into a potential victory. What a way to close it out! He finishes the run and secures the win. He really dug deep to pull that back. It's an incredible effort from Zeth to push him that far, given the run of bad luck he's having today. What a fight! Welcome to the arena. Aster and Zeth are facing off today, and it looks like the favorite is in top form. Aster holds a massive 345-93 head-to-head lead over Zeth in this rivalry. He's simply showing that same dominance here in the opening. We have to wonder if Zeth can actually find a way to disrupt this pace. He's just untouchable right now, securing another point to keep the clean sheet. The difference in their current form is stark. Absolutely commanding performance, extending the gap to 4-0. The gap in their rating is becoming very apparent. Just a total shutdown now, putting a huge gap between the two. His current form is just on another level. Zeth finally finds a way to get back on the board. It's a rare glimpse of hope for the player currently ranked 37th. Unreal. He barely survives that exchange, scraping through with a tiny fraction of health left. Zeth is fighting hard to break a rough patch of late. Aster is really capitalizing on his 17 win streak to shut down any momentum Zeth tried to build. It's clear that the gap in experience is showing. Zeth needs a big turnaround quickly, or this will be a short afternoon. Another clean exchange, and he's firmly back in control of this match. He is really putting that top quartile ranking to good use. Zeth manages to hold the ramp and shuts things down before the break. He's managed a few highlights today despite the tough run. Aster heads into the break with an 8-4 lead. Well, this matches the script exactly. He's simply too consistent, keeping his current 17-match winning streak alive as he maintains a comfortable lead. Time for a fresh perspective. Zeth claws back to 5, still trailing Aster 8. He's really fighting against the tide of a difficult day. He manages to outduel his opponent on the ramp, showing some real grit to keep this fight alive. Zeth is starting to push the pressure back onto the favorite. Aster answers right back to push his lead to 9-6. He's definitely feeling the effects of a tough 7:28 run today. Aster pulls ahead further, now leading 10-6. His recent 31-4 run over the last day is looking scary. Zeth is really playing a dangerous game of catch-up, refusing to let this map slip away easily. That's a pair of quick kills to shut down the momentum. He's fighting back to prove the odds wrong. He's simply on fire now, completing a hat-trick of rounds to close the gap to 1. Unbelievable. He has completely erased that deficit, bringing the score level at 10-10. Complete deadlock now, as the favorite completely loses his grip. Aster puts a stop to that run immediately and takes the lead. He claims this fight from the ramp, fighting his way back to a dead heat. A complete stalemate as they head into the final stretch. He quickly regains the edge, putting himself just one round away from victory. What an unbelievable recovery! He's managed to force this entire series into overtime. The pace is just blinding right now. Both of these guys are reacting instantly as we move toward the finish. The favorite shows exactly why he's ranked 12. Zeth refuses to go away, shutting down the exchange completely to lock this game at 13 apiece. Aster is too quick, picking him right off that ramp to regain the advantage. He shuts the door on any momentum Zef had built, pushing the lead to 15-13. It is just another tough day for Zeth. And there it is. Esther claims the final round to close out the series. Zeth really played his heart out to force overtime, but his resilience just wasn't enough.